Okay. Good morning, everyone. I hope we are all doing well. So, I just want to start by welcoming everyone for this capstone presentation. It is one of the things that we do at Cornerstone. After a one year program of discipleship, we we give an opportunity to students to summarize everything that they have learned in 7 slides, comparing their lives in 5 slides. I mean, it's 5 slides, 7 minutes. Things that you've learned for quite 10 months, but you're going to speak about them in 7 minutes. I know it's going to be very tough because you have a lot to speak about, but here we look at the summary of what you learned. Are we together? And I know you guys have prepared enough. 7 minutes are even going to be more than enough to deliver whatever content you want to deliver. So here are the guidelines. Every student has 7 minutes in total to deliver the content on his slide. And then we will have 2 minutes for questions, and then we move on to the next person. We will put a computer around here so that you can see the timer yourself. And once the timer is up, please, once the timer is up, please, please, please stop sharing. Are we together? But we would like you to share all the content that you've prepared, and that's why we gave you enough time so that you can practice to deliver the content in 7 minutes. It's very possible. People have done it before, and so you can. Okay? All right. So we are going to start with a word of prayer, and we are going to welcome Esther to lead us in one song, and then she will pray for us as we start. The person starting is Aisha. We are starting with Aisha, and then Aganze should be preparing the slide. Who will be next? We have 2 computers for sharing. One has the slides of the ladies, and the other one has slides for the boys to avoid confusion. So when a lady is sharing, please, the boy should be preparing the slide ready so that when the lady is done, the gent can also take over. Charity obliged that we start with the ladies first. That is our culture. We value our ladies, and so we are going to start with Aisha. I know she's very, very ready, and the leader is always ready at any time, any moment. So no panic. Okay, Aisha, are we good? Yes, yes. So shall we stand up? Where is Esther? Please, Esther, hold the microphone.
You're going to sing the song. This is
Come this
my
side.
desire. This is my desire to honor you, Lord, with all my heart. I worship you with all I is in you. Lord, I give you my heart, I give you my soul. I live for you alone. Every step that I take, every moment I wake, Lord, have your ways in me. Lord, I give you my heart, give you my soul. Live for you. Step that I take, every moment that I'm away, Lord, have your ways in me. Let's pray. Thank you, God, because you've been with us during the whole night. You have guided us, God. We are grateful for everything that you are doing in our lives. God, now we're about to start our capstone presentation. We invite you to start with us and as Alpha, and we invite you also to finish with us as Omega. We pray that you are going to be with us throughout this day. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Okay, as she come forward, we can we get the other microphone? Thank you. So meanwhile, we want to recognize the presence of the staff. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much, brother, for coming to witness the different presentation that are going to take place. And now, without further ado, I want to leave the stage to Aisha. You are most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Aisha Mlondelo, as it's known, and I'm here to present the capstone project that I've been working on. So this is my capstone project, presented by Aisha Zuberi. I was born. So my name is Aisha Mlondelo Zuberi. I was born where I experienced both challenges and opportunities. Although I always had a vision for my future, even though I didn't know always the path to achieve it. Nevertheless, I remain committed to my education and work hard to turn that vision into reality. I'm saying it's just the beginning of the journey. I was raised by parents who taught me that such as humility, kindness, love, and hard work. These values continue to guide me in my personal growth, and I think that they will guide me during my academic journey. Growing up, I found it difficult to express myself and engage with others, not because I lacked the support of my family, but because I struggled with confidence. Over time, I have been working to overcome this challenge and become more confident in communicating and connecting with people. Joining CLA, I'm going to speak about the journey, my journey, from I was to I am. I was a young lady without a clear vision for my life, although I understood that life without purpose has little meaning. Before the discipleship program, I valued love, humility, kindness, as I said in the previous slide, and other good principles, but I did not fully know how to apply them in my daily life. I was also very shy and lacked the confidence to speak in public or express myself. These challenges motivated me to grow up, build confidence, and become a better version of my life. I am. Joining CLA was a life-changing opportunity that allowed me to learn, grow, and develop in ways I've never imagined. Through its strong values and discipleship program, I've experienced significant personal change. Sorry. Today, I'm more confident, purposeful, and committed to living out the values I've learned. I'm proud of the person I'm becoming and excited about the future ahead. So, while studying, since I start to study, and I was learning about the story of the my country, and I've always been inspired by one leader that I consider the great leader, Mzee Kabila. Mzee Kabila was born on 27th November 1939 and died on 16th January 2001. He led DRC from 1997 up to two, up to 2001, excuse me, and he led as the president who changed the name of the country from Zaire to Republic Democratic of Congo. As a young Congolese, I admire Joseph Kabila for accepting responsibility during a difficult period in our country's history. Although his presidency is viewed by he's viewed differently by different people, and I respect this perspective. What inspires me the most are the leadership lessons I draw from his example, having a clear vision for for the country. He led the country. He wanted the country to be free from Mobutu, and he had a clear vision. He took responsibility in times of challenges, remaining resilient despite difficulties, serving his community. And me, as I was being inspired by him, I want to help my community. I want to serve my community by creating opportunities for young people, as I'm seeing young people are struggling. So he had a famous quote that says, "Never betray the Congo." And I'm inviting you today to never betray the Congo. In conclusion, having gone through Cornerstone and having the privilege of studying the discipleship program is something I could never have imagined. It has taught me invaluable lessons, and I consider it one of my greatest achievements. Through this journey, I've experienced personal growth and transformation, and today I'm deeply grateful to everyone who has contributed to my development and helped shape the person I am becoming. Thank you for your kind attention.
Wow, what a great time manager. Aisha used exactly 6 minutes 11 seconds. Can we clap once again? Beautiful presentation, clarity of thought. That's amazing. So now we have 2 minutes for questions, and we are getting 2 questions from the audience. Who want to go first? Who want to go first? Okay. Let's start from Loic.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sis Aisha, for the amazing presentation. And I have only one question. According to the great change that you've seen in your life, what can be the message that you can send to people outside CLA?
According to changes that I've seen in my life and the message that I can send to people outside, for them to get the chance to be here in Cornerstone can be the great best chance for them in their lives.
Okay, let's go with the last question.
Thank you, Aisha, for your presentation. It was amazing. I have one question. It's like the following of the question of Loic. Why not to meet you just only to come here at CLA?
So, as I can't meet everyone, I can meet some, yes, but I can't meet everyone. But if you meet me and I have the chance to inspire you by what I've learned from Cornerstone, I can't hesitate.
All right. Right. Thank you so much, Aisha. That was wonderful. Let's clap once again. That's how that's how it should be. Okay? All right. Next we are inviting the next person. Aganze Mukengeri. Meanwhile, Abed Fatuma, you are preparing yourself. After Abed, we will have Yangwa. Yeah, we will have Yangwa. After Fatuma, we will have Yangwa. We will have Yangwa Mbongo Sheriban coming next. Whenever you're ready, sir. Thank you.
If someone had told me 1 year ago that I will one day speak in front of a big audience like this, I probably would have laughed and smiled, quietly think that they were speaking about someone else. Yet here I am today, not because I have a perfect story, but because I have a story of transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to be in front of you this wonderful morning. My name is Aganze Mkengere Daniel, proud student of Cornerstone Leadership Academy. And today I want to share with you my transformation journey presented by Aganze Mkengere Daniel. People often ask, can a person really change? My answer is yes. Not because I read a lot of books, not because I grew older, but because I allowed myself to be transformed. And today, this is my transformation journey. From who I was before Cornerstone Leadership Academy to who I become and to what I'm becoming. Aganze Mkengere Daniel, as you can see, I was born in Bukavu, but I didn't do many years there. And after I continued growing in Goma, where I experienced many things, challenges that I was running away so that I may not try to resolve them. Before Cornerstone, I thought I knew who I was supposed to be. I had dreams, ambitions, and plans for my future. I wanted to become I wanted to protect biodiversity. I wanted to become a big dancer and become someone who could change my community. From outside, it seemed I had a big direction, but deep inside, I was lost. I was living according to the version that I had created in my mind without truly understanding my strengths, weaknesses, and value purpose. I thought I knew how to live with people, but it wasn't true. I didn't experience them in deep. And to forgive people was not easy for me. I was just forgiving people because I forgive, but I don't know why. But when I joined Cornerstone Leadership Academy, I learned with Madam Mercy how to forgive and seek reconciliation if possible. I also gained clarity about my vision and purpose and know what I was supposed to be. Today I will become an economist. Can you clap for me? The discipleship session has also helped me develop my self-awareness. I became more conscious of my strengths, values, and the habits that shape my life. And the discipleship session, I am no longer the same person that you knew before. If someone can come and say that he knows me, it is not true. Because that this 1 year that we have spent here have changed a lot in my life. And there is one person I admire since I was young. He's a person that everybody knows here. Jackie Chan. He's not called Jackie Chan. He was born in Hong Kong, and his father gave him a name of Chan Hong Kong, which that means he was born in Hong Kong. He did 12 months in the belly of his mother. Can you imagine? 12 months. Myself, I did 9. His father was about to sell him at $250 because they were very poor. His father has a lot of chance to keep him and become the great person he is today. Why I chose him? I chose Jackie Chan as my leadership model because his story reflects my life. As you can try to understand, Jackie Chan knows how to transform the faces in distress into the smiling face through what he's doing. He never copy anybody. He stay authentic, and that is me. I never try to be like someone else. I want to be myself and try to do the things that I want. Because by reading the story of Jackie Chan played with Bruce Lee in 2 movies, and he performed very well. Up to many studios was recommending Jackie Chan so that Jackie Chan may replace Bruce Lee when he died. But he refused because he said that he wants to create his own style. And as you know, Jackie Chan created his own style. He mixed martial arts. He also mixed, I can say, They fight with comedy. Wherever you are, even if you are a president, you know how to charism, but you will laugh. And that was the big impact that he was doing in his life. Everybody, as you can try to imagine, Jackie Chan, while I was reading his story, I was surprised. During when he was young up to today, he is 72 years old, but he has never had a problem with anybody. Problem cannot miss, but he doesn't have any problem. Many fighters today, they because they know how to fight, they know how to do many things. So you can see a lot of people are coming and challenge you so that you may fight with them. But nobody has come to Jackie Chan and say, I want to fight with you, because he didn't play to those things that we call hero. No, no, no. That was Bruce Lee. But he stayed authentic. He was disciplined because he achieved success through years of hard work. And he was the first Chinese to gain the award that was called Oscar. The first Chinese in history. And that was very powerful and impacted the whole world. He was creative. He created many stunts himself. He broke many bonds, but he achieved what he was supposed to do. In conclusion, my transformation journey taught me that discovering who you are is more important than knowing what or deciding what you want to be. That was me, and I've been transformed through Cornerstone Leadership Academy. Thank you.
Okay, that was Aganze Mukengere. Thank you so much for the presentation. Just very few seconds after time. But that was an amazing presentation. Now let's move on to questions. Let's get 2 more questions and then we can move on to the next person. Questions for Aganze? Questions for Aganze? No questions? No questions? Oh, you guys all love Jackie Chan. Okay, I have a question here from Salama.
Can you tell us about common point between you and Jackie Chan?
Thank you for your beautiful question. The common points between me and Jackie Chan is that ability to transform face in distress into smiling face. Because I like to see when people are smiling. Because while you are smiling, everybody is beautiful. And that was Jackie Chan. I need to make my surrounds happy. And it's what everybody knows here. Thank you.
All right, and at least we can witness, we can testify on that. I used to think you were a comedian, but now I get it. We have another question here.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Jackie Chan. So,
Good morning.
yeah, it's amazing. So, Jackie Chan used to entertain people for lucrative reasons. For which reason do you do it?
My reason is I'm telling you that while the world, everybody is smiling, it can show that there is always the good atmosphere. For Jackie Chan, he make people, entertains people so that the world may be a better place. By my side, it is the same way that I'm seeing the world. When everyone is smiling, everyone is happy, I feel like the world is a better place for everyone to be inside. Thank you.
All right, I also have a question. So how can you relate that to a topic in discipleship? What topic that's using the entertainment, is it their funny way of being into money generating activity, while achieving the goal of putting smiles on people's faces?
Okay, thank you for the question. It seems a little confused, but what I can try to add by there, discipleship is all about being good with people and in with God also I can say. And by trying to advise somebody, I cannot say that while you have advised someone, he will not smile. Anyway, every kind of help that will tell someone or you will advise someone, he will laugh, he will smile, and he will feel better. That's why the world is a better place while someone is smiling.
Okay, my question was a bit confusing, right? Let me paraphrase it. So what topic in discipleship requires us to use what we have to get what we want?
Okay, thank you. Let me try also to confuse. The topic that require what we have to get what we want. Is that the question?
It requires us to use what we want, what we have to get what we want.
I think it's all about resourcefulness.
Exactly. I love that. I love that. Resourcefulness taught us to use whatever we have, whatever we have, whatever there is around us, not just focusing on what we can get, but what do we have at the present, and that can take us where we want to be. And for Jackie Chan, he had this ability to make people smile. He had this ability to make people laugh. And so he had to use that one. And now he's a global star. Are we together? Yeah, I think. Thank you so much, Aganze. Let's appreciate him as he goes back. And now let's welcome the next person, Fatuma. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well. My name is Abedi Fatuma Sharazad, and this morning I am standing in front of you to present my capstone project. As I said, my name is Abedi Fatuma Sharazad, and today I'm really delighted to stand in front of you to share with you about my transformation journey. During the presentation, we'll be talking about 3 high points. The first one is my life before transformation. The following points will be my CLA experiences. And the last one will be my life after discipleship. So I am going to talk about my life before transformation. So before entering this program, my life followed a predictable routine. While I excelled well academically, I didn't have a clear sense of direction. But inside of me, there was a quiet conviction. I knew inside of me that I wanted to see women from my community being emancipated through entrepreneurship. And I missed where to start. But this program became so it helped me to create my vision, a journey of transformation. In this part, I'm going to talk about experiences that I had here at Cornerstone and after the program. When I came here, it was a bit hard for me. It was very hard actually because I couldn't succeed to interact with people. It was the first time for me to live in such kind of place with so many people. But through the a family was born. God gave me a family that I never knew I needed. But also during the program, it helped me to deepen the faith. I developed a personal relationship with God that I didn't have before, but also I learned how to forgive. Before, I couldn't forgive. Someone could hurt me, but to forgive you, it was very, very tough. Then, once you hurt me, I could just break up the relationship without telling you anything. But when I came here, I learned how to forgive. Then the last point is lasting vision. I gained core values and a clear vision that is still growing up to today. So, beyond the program, after passing through the discipleship program, that is my takeaway. I internalized leadership. So now I can say that CLA has truly transformed me. It has shaped me, my daily choices and principles. Self-leadership first. Now I can act on the truth that leadership does not require a high position. It begins with mastering oneself. Empathy and growth. I am committed to lead others through deep understanding and remaining open to feedback. As this program has given me a clear vision, today I look at Madame CJ Walker as my leader. Today I have a defined vision and I look to Madame CJ Walker as my guide. My dream is to emancipate women through entrepreneurship, and that is exactly what she mastered. While studying her life, I have found some leadership traits such as resource. She was resourceful. She didn't look for great ways to accomplish her vision, but she started with what she had. She was courageous. She was born in a poor family. She had a poor background, but she fought for she fought for social she fought against social injustice. Leadership. She passed through hardship, but she didn't give up and she continued with her vision. And the first one is empower. The last one is empower. So she didn't create the business for herself, but she employed 1,000 of women. She taught them how to be entrepreneurs, and she gave them a lot of opportunity. As I am concluding, I am really grateful for this opportunity. I learned a lot of things, and I say thank you for Cornerstone.
Wow, that was Fatuma. Let's clap once again. Exactly 5 minutes. No, 6 minutes. 5 minutes and 51 seconds. 5 slides. 5 minutes. Clear content. Let's clap once again for her. That is mastery. Thank you so much, Fatuma. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't know, what is her name? CJ Walker. Wow, an entrepreneur. And that's who she wants to be. That is the person she's looking up to. And ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome questions for Fatuma. Questions for Fatuma. Staff, questions for Fatuma. Dear leaders, it's your time to ask questions. Not the same people, please. Not the same people. All right, we have a question here from JMRC.
Thank you so much, Fatuma. Yes, I would like just to know, who is C.G. Walker? Is it a politician and entrepreneur only, or who is he really?
Thank you for your question. C.G. Walker, she was the first American black woman made millionaire. So she's an entrepreneur. She was an entrepreneur.
So basically, she's late, right? She died long time ago, I guess. Oh, all right. The first black female millionaire. Oh, the first millionaire black female. Is it like that? Is English is not Englishing. All right. Another question. Another question. All right. There is an online question here from our online audience.
From Christian, our former student, I think. Yeah, is asking, which challenge have you had in the academy in terms of interpersonal relationships, and how did you do to overcome it?
Beautiful question from online.
So thank you for your question. Can you repeat the question again, please?
Which challenge have you had in the academy in terms of interpersonal relationships, and how did you do to overcome it?
Thank you, Mr. Christian, for your question. So I faced a lot of challenges, but as I said, when I came here, it was very hard for me to interact with people. I mean, creating relationship, and very hard for me to forgive. Then I had to learn how to forgive so that I may build relationship with others, because no one is perfect. Thank you.
All right. I hope, Christian, you've gotten the answer. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap for Fatuma. That was Fatuma. And that was her time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Yangwa. Yangwa. Meanwhile, the next person will be Chikuru Turano Magdalene. Chikuru Turano Magdalene. And after Magdalene, we will have Atukuzwe Biamungu Gabriel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to listen to Yangwa. Whenever you're ready, sir.
My name is Shirben. I'm from Kisangani, and today I'm proud to deliver my capstone project that is titled From Darkness to Light, a Personal Journey of Transformation. I'll take you through my life before CLA and after CLA. The first point is my life before CLA. Before joining CLA, my life was tough and lack of direction. The first point is the routine. I spent most of my time playing football just to pass the hours because I did not really understand what having a vision truly means. The second is the mindset, feeling internally poor, negligent, and capable of doing great things. The following is the giants. I suffered from an intense of fear of public speaking. I was not able to speak in front of people, and in the project groups, I was just quiet and listening others making decision. I lack the confidence to speak up. The following one is the myth. I was believing that leadership belongs only to elite politicians with official titles. And now my life after CLA, the shift. I learned that this world belongs to my Evelyn father. And he has given me everything that I need to pursue my dream and to accomplish everything. They changed. I stopped blind and started fixing local problems. The following is my skills. I learned active listening, public speaking, leadership, doing and baking with Miss Penina. And this is my leader. My leader is called Tum Kruta, and I think all of us we know him. He's the founder of Cornerstone Development Africa. The vision, he builds leadership schools to help youth succeed. The values, he teaches servant leadership and absolute integrity. The example, he brought divided youth together to live as one family. And the connection, my transformation, that his vision works. And here I'm going to talk why I choose Team Kruta. I choose Team Kruta for 3 reasons. The first one, it killed my blandness. Before I was bland just playing football to pass time. Team Kruta looked at the problem in Africa and did not look away. He had a big vision to build schools. A vision pulled me out of my routine and opens my eyes. The second is he gave me my identity. I used to think regular that youth cannot do anything great, but Team's framework proves that this is the word of my father and young people have divine power. I found my confidence in his words. The third is my practical guide. I did not choose a leader from a textbook or history book. I chose a leader whose works changed my life directly. My transformation today is the physical proof that his style of leadership works. And as I'm concluding, was the bridge that brought me out of the darkness. It turns my fear into strong confidence. Today, Tim Kruta is my practical guide. His life shows me the exact steps to follow. I promise to stand tall, avoid negligence, and rebuild my community with total honesty. I will use my new skill to help and empower other young leaders around me. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Uncle Tim Kruta. For those who are very familiar with him, Uncle Tim being mentioned as one of the leaders that have created impact on the African continent. And Yangwa, in his presentation, he said his transformation is a proof that Uncle Tim's vision is working. Who can agree with him on that? I think the whole audience agrees with the speaker that Uncle Tim's vision is working because we are seeing the transformations of the lives of so many young people. A lot of us have gone through or we've been under the wings of Uncle Tim, and we can testify that the vision is working. And exactly, Yangwa used 4 minutes. Exactly 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Let's clap for Yangwa. So you understand now that when I was telling you guys 7 minutes to deliver 5 slides are more than enough. You understand that it's true, right? All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have the principal in the room. Let's welcome the principal. Some noise. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. And please please, your impact is being seen. Thank you so much. And now it is time to listen to questions from the audience about Yangwa's presentation. Thank you so much. We have a question from Karen.
Good morning, everyone. My question is to know about the challenges that you have faced being here at TLA.
Oh, thank you for the beautiful question that you have asked me. So I had many challenges here at CLA when I came here. Firstly, it was to make friends. So before I was just close to myself. I was not used to talk to people, and it was a very tough challenge for me because like to make friends. And after that, I was giving my best, and I learned how to make friends. And up to now, mm, I know to live with people. And the second one was to live with people. I did not know how to live with people. And by the time I was just struggling and doing my best to live with people, and I know what to do. I know how to live with people now. Thank you.
All right. Another question. Another question. Oh, we do have a lot of questions. We do have a lot of questions, and we have all the time. Please, let's listen to the CP himself.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really amazing. Now, my question is this. You said that you are the proof that the vision of Uncle Tim is working. Then I want to know what you'll be doing in the community that will help also you empower them or transform them according to what you've learned from Uncle Tim.
Thank you, CB, for the question. So what I'll be doing in the community, so I'll be just like an example for them. I'll be doing the good things so that they may see what I'm doing and to be empowered by me.
So in other questions, in other words, Uncle Tim was, you said Uncle Tim was built schools in Africa where a lot of young people are being transformed. And you chose him as someone you'd connect too easily or with, I don't know, your personality. You felt like that's the person you want to be like, right? And so, in the capacity of Yangwa, what are you planning to do? Because Uncle Tim is building school, transforming the lives of so many young people. What is your plan for the future as you embark on the journey of Uncle Tim?
So about this question, I can say just by my way of living, being with them, and because I've changed, and I'm very sure that with what I've learned here, and if I leave it outside, they will be empowered by me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a question from the principal. We have a question from the principal. Let's get the question.
Yeah, thank you, Yangwa, for that amazing presentation. But my question is, your leader, Uncle Tim, of course, what was the challenges in his early life, and how did he overcome them as a young man?
Exactly. The challenges that Uncle Tim faced when he was young, like maybe at your age, and how did he overcome them? Great question. What a wonderful question. Thank you so much. We believe you studied your leader, and now it's time to give us the challenges that he faced.
Thank you, Mr. Principal, for the beautiful question that you have asked me about the challenge that Uncle Tim has at first when he was young. So what I know about him, he went first to study in America, and after that, so he saw the problem in Africa and decided to come back to solve the problem. And the challenge that I can say it was by creating Cornerstone. So I can say that because it was a big challenge and to create Cornerstone, but so he did his best, and so yeah. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Yangwa. That was Yangwa. Let's celebrate Yangwa as he goes back to his place. Thank you so much, Yangwa. And now we are going to invite the next person to come and present. The next person, who is Chikuru. Chikuru. You're most welcome anytime you're ready. Anytime you're ready. You have 7 minutes. And your 7 minutes start. Your 7 minutes start now.
Dear Mr. Principal, dear staff members, dear colleagues, good morning. I am Chikuru Torano Magdalene, and I have my capstone presentation that I want to deliver to you. Now, I have called it a life transformation. So let's dive into my journey. My journey through discipleship. Before CLA, I called myself a random person. A random person means I was living a simple life. I go to school, I come back home, and the day passes like that. I was not altruistic and without clear vision. I was studying to finish school. I studied to go at university, and everything is okay. But I have come to discover CLA. I have discovered the true meaning of leader and the importance of being surrounded by people, because I can't say that I had the connection with people. Now, when I came here, I discovered many people with different personalities, and that one was truly a challenge for me because I couldn't know how to manage with all those characters. And being here, I have seen that truly people are very important in our lives. First of all, if someone wants to be a great leader, you have to be a servant and you have to serve others. So, after, according to the discipleship that I have learned all over the year, I discovered that I want to work for the good of people, of those who surround me, because people are the most important in our lives. You can't say that you are calling yourself a leader if you are not working to the good of people. So, I have a leader. She is called Muniba Mazari. Actually, she's called the Iron Lady of Pakistan because she has passed through a very, very challenging situation. That was her accident. She was born in 1987, and she is an activist and motivational speaker. Before her accident, she was a girl, like unknown. But after her accident, first, the accident has caused her the use of her waist, a down part of the body, and also she could not be able to give birth. And through that, her husband decided to leave her. And she could not let herself in that same situation. She could not like surrender, but she has decided to use that situation to inspire others, to tell them that everything that you are passing through has to be a lesson for you. And if it is a lesson, you have to use it to inspire others around you. So I want to make a connection between my leader and I. She said one day, I have not, truly lived myself. And that was before the accident. Because she didn't know what she could be doing with her life before the accident. But when she has got the accident, she has known that she has to work for herself. She doesn't have to let people dictate what she has to be. And I can say that she has a strong sense of resilience and self-awareness that push her to motivate people about the recognition of themselves and the perseverance in what good they are doing. You have to be perseverant in what good you are doing. If you are not doing a good thing, please stop and look for a good thing in which you have to be perseverant. And also, I can add that she is aware of her situation. And if you are aware of of your situation, it's what will allow you to move forward. You will know how to work and what are your weakness and your strength that you will use as a trump for you to go forward. So if I try to connect my life, I can say that the CLA has been that that thing that stimulates me to know what I want truly, because I have discovered that people surrounding me are the most important in my life. And while living here, because I can say it is my first experience to live in a community with such people, it means it has shown me how I can go forward, how I can live with others. And I know that when you are living, when you are doing something, it is not every time something that will allow you to go forward. You can face challenges, you can face people who will discourage you. But if you don't know yourself, if you don't know truly what you want, you are not going to go forward. And as my leader said, it is not so clear, but she said that I don't know how my story will end, but nowhere in my text you will ever read, I give up. If she said that she can't give up, it means everything you are doing, everything you are trying to do, if you know that it is good for you and for people who are surrounding you, you don't have to give up. And I say, in a leader life, there is no place of giving up, no matter how difficult situation can be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That is Magdalene. Magdalene, this is still yours. Magdalene used 6 minutes and 40, 38 seconds. 38 seconds. Let's clap for Magdalene. And she talked about the iron lady of Pakistan. Iron Lady of Pakistan. And if you forget anything, at least you can get the quote, right? I don't know how my story will end, but there is nowhere in my text you will ever read, I gave up. That is the Iron Lady of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap once again for Magdalene. And now it's time for questions. We do have questions here. We do have questions. Let's start with the ladies first. Ladies first. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Magdalene, for your presentation. It was very nice. I really like it. But I have a question. I'd like to know, as we studied discipleship, we have a very long curriculum. So I'd like to know, among all those topics, what did you quote very well and you are practicing it in your daily life?
Beautiful question.
Yeah, thank you, Grandma, for the question. It is not only one. I have a lot, but I will tell you about gratitude and joy. I have learned to be grateful in every situation I'm passing through, because if you are not grateful, you are not going to find good thing in what you are doing or good thing in what is happening. But unless you are grateful, you will see truly that good things are happening.
Gratitude. Is it gratitude? Gratitude and what? Gratitude and joy. Beautiful. Another question here.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Magdalene, for the presentation. Then I would like to know what is the most difficult challenge that you faced in your life that has stayed as a motivation for you to move forward.
Thank you, Agrippa. The most challenge that I faced in my life, it is, but it is no longer to connect with people.
And how have you overcome it?
I have overcome it by seeking first to understand before being understood.
Can you elaborate more on seeking first to understand before you understood?
Yes. If I can try to explain, I can say that when I am speaking with someone, I first listen to what the person wants to tell me. I listen first, and after, I will say something.
That's a beautiful, beautiful answer, right? Let's clap once again for Magdalene. Today morning, today morning I woke up and I was reading something, and what I was reading, they are giving that your life changes when you discover the difference between happiness and joy. Your life changes when you discover the difference between happiness and joy. And the lady went and explained what happiness is and said, happiness is you going to the gym. I mean, you going to the bar, going to the club and having fun, okay? But joy is you waking up in the morning and say, thank you, Lord, I'm alive. It's another day. Are we together? The moment you discover the difference between happiness and joy, then your life begins to change. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Magdalene. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we are going to invite Gabriel. Gabriel, we are going to invite Gabriel. And meanwhile, as Gabriel is coming forward, we will be having the next person as Linda Kalengamira Grace. The next person you can be preparing. After Grace, we will have. After Grace, we will have. We will have Biohero Murula Jeremy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to listen to Gabriel. You have 7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm really happy to be here in front of you to present, to take you through my transformational journey from who I was to who I am. And yes, as you can see, so my name is Atukuze Biamungu Gabriel. I was born in Goma town, and it's very recently. I'm not very old. I'm just a young person. That's why I'm here at Cornerstone. And I'm just here to take you through my transformation journey. And we're going to start with my life before, during, and after discipleship. Before discipleship, I was just somebody without any purpose. I was just living randomly. Just I could wake up and just the day could pass like that. And by doing that, I did not know what I was doing. Someone could see me, they could think that I was just living my normal life or my destiny. And I can say that if I could not pass through CLA, today I could be doing something that I was not supposed to do. Because now I've been transformed and I've received a very clear purpose of my life. And I was someone who was very, very resisting to correction before. But now it has changed because I was somebody, you could tell me to do something and you could not, I could not do it directly unless you repeat 2 times or 3 times. And that was very, very weird from my side. And during discipleship, I've received a very, very good training, and I've learned a lot of things. And in all the topics, I have two topics that really touched my heart. The first one is the 7 habits of highly effective people. Because firstly, I was not we could say I was not very effective by going deep in my life, because I was just somebody who was very reactive, and I could not think of the future. I was just doing something for today, knowing that tomorrow I was not preparing for tomorrow. I was just hoping for the best. And that was very, very challenging in my life. And there is a topic that was shared by Brother Eli Nyandekwe, and it was practicing the presence. This topic has taught me and has transformed my manner of praying, of communicating with God, because I learned many things that I was ignoring before. Then my life after discipleship, today I stand renewed. My faith have found a clear vision, and now I'm seeing who I'm really and who I was really called to be, because I was just a simple person. But now I have noticed and I have discovered many things in my life. And despite the fact that the curriculum has ended, but now my mission has started. And I want to live all the values, because I've, as Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you wish to see in the world. Meaning that I've started to see in myself that I'm no longer the same. That is what I've started to see, and I'm aiming to improving more and to continue to do my best, so that I can be every day, I can be renewed. Then there is a leader who really inspired me, and the first common point we have with him is that we were born in the same month, October. The leader is called James Earl Carter Jr. He's the 39th president of the United States of America from 1977 to 1981. He was born in Georgia. He was born in Georgia, and he was not from a rich family. His father was a farmer, and the only thing they were cultivating was peanuts. It means that he was a peanut seller, and he started to sell for his father since his young age. And at a very young age, he knew how to discuss with people, and he really inspired me. And the manner I discovered him is that I was just looking for a book to read in the library, and I found a book titled The Gift of Peace. And as I saw The Gift of Peace, the guy was really peaceful. When he became the president of the United States of America, there was a conflict between Egypt and Iran. And the guy did all the things. Now we can say that Egypt and Iran are very big friends. The great part is because of him, because he called them and they discussed and they found out the solution that they could work on. And the guy is a humanitarian. Yes, now he's dead because he was born on 1st October 1924 and he died on 29th December 2024. It means at 100 years old. And as I say, he served from 1977 to 1981. But he worked a lot at the point that when he left the office, he slept for 23 hours, meaning that he was working day and night, and then he got the time to rest. And he worked a lot. He created organizations, houses for people, for homeless people in the world. And he worked also with some scientists to create medicine for a sickness that was in Ghana. And that sickness was eradicated. And he really, as I read in the book, it was the gift of peace. It means that he had also a good faith because he was believing in God. And everything that he was doing, he was putting God first. And he was going to churches to support people, to encourage them never to leave prayer. Then, his life versus mine. So as I said, the first point in common is that we were born in the same month, and he had a desire to solve all problems that has grown and developed gradually in my life. Now I cannot see people in war and leave them. I can try all my best to see whether they can change or solve the problem. And I've been transformed by discipleship, as I said, and I I'm leaving behind me a directionless life. And in conclusion, my life has been a profound transformation here at CLA and in discipleship. And I'm committed to practicing everything that I've learned. Thank you.
The curriculum has ended, but my vision has just begun. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Gabriel, and he used 6 minutes 59 seconds. Let's clap once again for Gabriel. That was wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, Gabriel. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is for questions. Questions? We do have questions. Yes, we do have questions. Let's start with our brother from the Kosa.
Thank you, Gabriel, for this wonderful presentation. I really like it. So I have just a simple question. I'd like to know, do you believe in your life there is any other personal transformation after the life at CLA? So do you believe like you are at the highest step of your transformation, or you can find any other transformation after your life here at CLA?
Thank you very much for the question. As it is usually said, we will never stop to learn until we die. It means that even if I have passed through CLA, but my life has been transformed in so many points, but there are still some points where I will need to improve. And I know that in the future, I'll continue to learn, because until I die, I'll keep learning.
Beautiful answer. The moment you stop learning, you start dying. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get another question here from Karen.
Thank you, Gabriel. My question is to know what can be about the discipleship program after studying it.
My final word after the discipleship program is that discipleship is not just the fact of, because we know when we hear discipleship, the thing that comes to us first is those disciples of Jesus. But if we see all of them, most of them were not applying the values we are learning, because in them there was someone who betrayed Jesus. But the discipleship program we learned here is different, is very different. And I'm not sure we can find elsewhere something like this. It is very rare. And for that, my message is that everyone who is getting and who will get the chance to study discipleship at Cornerstone, or from another person who will share with him, let them continue to learn and grab that opportunity, because once we study that discipleship, it really changes our lives if you are really committed to it. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, is there any other question, or we can call on stage the next person? We do have one last question from Naomi.
I have a question, and I would like to ask you, what are your great achievements in this year? What are your great achievements? Yeah.
In this academic year that is just ending, what are your great achievements?
I developed many achievements, but I can say that among the greatest achievements I have, the first one is that I developed my relationship with God. The second one is that I got the chance to make friends, because in my quota, there are no people from my age. There are only children and older people. So they are not very old, but I was not used to people who are not in the same generation as me. But my greatest achievement is that now I know that everyone is friendly, and that I can get something from them, and them also can get something from me. That is why I've made friends.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Gabriel. That was Gabriel. Thank you so much. Now we are going to welcome the next person. The next person. The next person. Have I given who is coming next? Have I? After Linda, have I said the people who are coming next? All right. All right. After Linda, we will have Jeremiah Morula. And your 7 minutes start now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda, and before to start my presentation, I will let you know the sentence that impacted me the most this year. Know exactly what you want, know what it takes, work harder to get it. This capstone presentation is presented by Linda, as I said, and I'm going to share with you my story about my life before CLA and discipleship and reading programs. Before I was living a common lifestyle, I did not really have a clear understanding of my vision and everything that I stood for, because I faced many rejections from school, from my teachers and my classmates, yet there were people with whom I interacted the most all day long. And all that affected my care for the social life, because it was something that affected me the most. I felt like there is nothing that I can do so that I may work on my vision. Yet I wanted to serve first, but the rejection made me careless about the social life. But during discipleship and reading programs, every session was an opportunity for me to learn about what I stand for, to learn about living as a servant leader. And that's helped me because many books about leaders impacted me too much. And I learned that being a servant leader, I have first to be resilient, I have to have vision and purpose and put first things first. And I learned many other subjects, but those ones, they are the most impactful for my journey. And after discipleship and reading program about resilience, I took a look about what I stood for, and I decided to change my threat into a way for me to serve, into a way for me to be motivated and to go forward. People were my threat, but they became my motivation. They became what I stood for because I want to be a servant leader. And about having vision and purpose, I recognize the value of my vision, and that's why I decided to not to be the result of my past, but I decided to get a result from what I decided to do with my past. And I accepted to transform my threat into a motivation to work hard so that I may serve people as a leader who has experiences about living with people. And about putting first things first, I learned that as many leaders who are working in the side of humanitarian, I have first to study, because if I'm well instructed, it will be very easy for me to impact and to serve people. About my leader, her name is Amanda Gorman. She was born prematurely on March 7, 1998, with a twin sister. But the fact that they were born prematurely, they had disabilities with speaking and talking. Her twin sister, for her, she overcame the struggle quickly, but for her, it took long. But what I liked about her, she dealt with her challenge and she made it a way to impact people. She read books and she was also reading poems, and she could speak loudly so that she may improve her speaking skills. And when she was 16 years old, she decided to create a non-profit organization, One Pen, One Page. And in that organization, she gathered young people who were unable to speak, who were unable to defend themselves, and her determination helped her to help people to overcome their struggles. And about values that they make her outstanding for me and impactful for me is the fact that she is resilient. She transformed her struggle into a way, into a leadership tool, so that she may work hard for people. And also, she is a servant leader. She used servant leadership because she always put first the needs of people before her needs. For her, people are the most important thing to prioritize. And also, she she also the fact that she wants to be a leader who has visions. Now she's an ambassador of UNICEF, and it's a big step in her in her journey to leadership, because she's planning to be the president of United States in coming years when she'll have the age. And as I'm concluding, I want you to have this statement. We are never the result of our past, but we are the result of our choice of what to do with our past. A leader does not fall as long as he lives. It means there is a chance for the future. Know your visions and fight for their realization. Thank you. Your questions are welcome.
Thank you so much, Linda. We are never the results of our past. That is from Gorman, Amanda. Let's celebrate Linda once more. Linda used exactly 5 minutes and 35 seconds. 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the questions. 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 They used to tell me that if you finish presenting and no one asks a question, there are two cases. They are. What is that? One is either they understood everything, or they didn't understand anything. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's show that we understood at least everything. Questions for Amanda? Amanda Goman. Amanda? Yes, please.
Thank you, Amanda, for the presentation. So as you've said, we are not the result of our past, but the result of the choices we've made. So I'd like just to ask you a simple question. As you are not the result of of your past, so we cannot define you as the one from the story that you have. So I'd like to know, how do you define yourself? So who are you? That is my simple question.
Thank you for the question. And I think I will answer in 2 words. First of all, I am a young lady having very big visions, and I'm ready to fight for them. And secondly, I am the result of resilience. I will never fall because of what I experienced, but I will try always to find what to learn from what I experienced, and I'm sure every time I'll be getting new lessons. Thank you.
Beautiful. Let's get another question this side. Let's get another question.
Thank you, sis, for your good presentation. And my question is according to the 10th core principle, balancing. Yeah, you said for Amanda, she took people as the first thing to prioritize, more than her needs, more than herself. And my question is, how did she balance her life if she took first people before herself?
Thank you. About the story, she's a balanced person because if she could only prioritize people, her lifestyle could be not even inspiring for me. Because when you are a leader, there's a difference between having a personal vision and a common vision with people that you are leading. And for her, she's balanced because, first of all, she has her vision. As I said, she wants to be the president of US in coming years. But she's still serving. She does not forget her dream. She's balanced because she works on herself and works for the people. She does not forget herself, but priority is not forgetting. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, is there any other question? Any other question? One last question, and then we'll move on to the next person.
Linda, do you think the past is entirely bad? If yes, do you think it should be deleted from the story of one's life?
Thank you. Once, Mr. Phillips said once that there is no one without a story, and the story is a past. It means there is no bad past. The past you evaluate according to what you want. If you have something that you are aiming, you will always see the past in a good way. Even if you struggled, even if you made mistakes, you will always know that from this mistake I learned this. And at that time, there is no bad past because you learned what you were supposed to learn and to go forward. The past is our story. Thank you.
The past makes our story beautiful. You can't learn from your past. You are doomed. You are doomed. You are doomed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Linda. Let's celebrate Linda. Thank you so much, Linda. We are going to have the next person, and then we break off for a 15-minute break. 15-minute break. 15-minute break after the presentation of Jeremiah. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jeremiah on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Here I am to present my capstone presentation, which title is Let Us Live After Death. Most of people, when they hear about death, they think that it's the end of all. But the story of the beaver is teaching us a different lesson. The beaver is an animal that is able to build a shelter that will be used by many generations after its death. Let us live after death. In this slide, we will be talking about Jeremy. Who was I before coming here, and who am I now? We start first by who was I? I was born in Bukavu, and I studied in Bukavu at College Al-Fajiri. I got my French baccalaureate last year. I have grown up in a Christian family when I was the third. I was passionate about my study without any interest in leadership. We could have some activities at school or at church about leadership, but I could not participate because I had a misconception of the word leadership. I was aiming to succeed in my life without any interest for others. I was passionate about the art of oratory. After finishing my high school, I was really passionate about delivering something like a scenario, etc. Now we'll talk about who am I. I'm a student from Capstone Leadership Academy, completely transformed after the discipleship curriculum. Now I have a new perspective of life, and I have well understood the leadership. I have understood that leadership is all about influence, nothing more, nothing less. Now, before, I was aiming to succeed only for myself, but now I'm aiming to succeed for others. Before, I was passionate about the art of oratory. Now also I'm still passionate about it because Cornerstone helped me to to ameliorate again it, and through it I can serve others, I can pass a message. The impact of discipleship in my life. The discipleship curriculum has been more than a simple lesson, but a great lesson that has helped me to learn many things and form me gently without any form of physical punishment. We always say that before getting healed, you have first to suffer. But with discipleship, I got healed without suffering. I have learned many lessons that molded me, such as personal transformation, positive impact, effective leadership, embracing the diversity, commitment to excellence, spiritual transformation, new perspective of the world, but also service. The one I love the most is personal transformation, because before doing the meaningful impact in the society, you have first to start by yourself. You have first to be transformed before transforming others. Now we'll talk about my leader. When we are talking about a leader, most of the time we are thinking about president, minister, and member of parliament. And then I asked myself one question. Who is teaching those leaders? Who is molding those leaders? Who is forming those leaders? Is why my leader of today is Saint Ignatius of Loyola, a leader whose legacy lives on. He is the one who created the Society of Jesuit of Jesus, commonly known like Jesuits. And I studied to a Jesuit school, and I really learned many things from him. As a former student from Alfajiri, I did not learn only Latin or philosophy, but most importantly, I learned many values inspired by Ignatius, such as humility, respect, responsibility, etc. His life in brief. Loyola was Saint Ignatius of Loyola. He was born in Loyola in 1491. He was born from a noble family. He dreamed to become a great soldier. Yes, he became a soldier, but after in a war, he lost his leg. After losing his leg, he got a moment of discovery when he was getting healed, and he read many books about the life of Jesus and saints, and that was the beginning of his inspiration. He came to realize that the meaning of the true greatness is in serving others and serving God. After discernment, he gathered companions who shared his vision. In 1540, the Pope officially approved the Society of Jesus, commonly known as Jesuits. And those Jesuits, they are people who are investing more in education. Why him? I chose him because he transformed himself before transforming others. He didn't come to transform the society, and him was not the example of what he was saying. But first of all, he transformed himself before going to make a meaningful impact in society. After, he believed in the power of education. For him, he thinks that his vision was to create great leader. It requires also investing in education. And the Society of Jesuits has many university, many school, many college, like College Alfajiri, that is molding new leader of tomorrow through education. He formed men and women for tomorrow, for others. For him, the most important is not to succeed yourself, but it's the success of all the community. It's the success of everybody. The last one, he practiced discernment. Discernment is all about thinking thoughtfully before making an important decision in your life. Discernment is all about preventing bad consequences from your decision. His vision. His vision, it was helping people to find God, to find God in their life. Value in the center. His life to discipleship. His life has been a real example centered to the following values. Excellence. We are calling it the magis in Latin. That is to do everything very well. The most important is not to compare yourself to others, but to do yourself as much as you can. After you have service, justice, discernment, solidarity, and faith in action. Faith in action is just doing to do concrete action, not only thinking but also doing concrete action. Our common bonds is service, leadership, personal transformation, value of education, impacting positively others, believing in the change. But the most important is needs of living after physical death. He has died more than 100 years old, but today he's living through his teaching. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. That was Jeremiah. And he's talking about leaders who has names in what?
Saint Ignatius of Loyola.
What language is that? Ignatius. Is it Latin? Is it Spanish or what? That is Latin. Wow. There's so many things that a lot of leaders have done that to some of us seem not known, but they have done a lot of things. And today we've learned from Jeremiah about Ignatius that he's the founder of the movement called Jesuit. I've heard of that, but I never knew he was a founder and had such impact in the lives of so many, up to investing into education and having schools here in Congo, and I didn't know about that. Thank you so much, Jeremiah. That is an amazing presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get questions from the audience. We do have questions.
Thank you, Brother Jeremy, for your sharing. And I have a question. At first, I would like to know if you believe confidently that you are a leader.
Yes, I do believe.
If yes, according to you, a leader must have a personal vision or a common vision.
According to me, the leader has to have a common vision.
And why?
The leader has to have a common vision because it's a vision that will impact the common society, not only himself but also other people, many other people who are around him, who are surrounding him.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for the sharing. I really appreciate. My question is, as we came here and we are different, then what did you do to adapt yourself? Then what is that thing that you are sure you contributed in the life of someone and it is helpful?
Repeat again the question, please.
So what did you do as you are different here? What did you do to adapt yourself in this environment? And then what is that thing that you do believe that it is helpful in someone's life?
Thank you for your question. The first thing I did when I saw that we were all different and we are coming from different backgrounds, everyone has the way of seeing the world. The thing I did to adapt myself, I first humbled myself and push other people before me. But also the thing I'm doing now that can affect others It's only by my way of living. I hope that someone can get a lesson and be inspired also.
All right, that was from Jeremiah. Any last question before we do have one question for Jeremiah?
Thank you, Jeremy, for the presentation. So, when you have spoken about living after death, do you believe you can live after death? Physical death, I mean.
Yes, I do believe.
And how do you think you can make it?
Imagine someone who is doing something wrong. Then I come. I help him to show that this is not good. The good way of doing is this. And tomorrow that person will see that that lesson has helped him in his life. After me dying, I sure that person can forget me.
If that person dies also, who will remember you? Because Ignatius has done things that are physical that we can see even up to today. So what are you going to do, you?
Yeah. By that fact, I can also, as I said, our common point is mostly valuing education. I can build schools. I can build academies of leadership. I can gather people together so that I may learn them something great. But also, something can live after death through what he did. It's not obliged to be physical things, but I can impact someone who will impact also another one, who will impact also another one. That also is living after death.
Are you saying you can or you will?
I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Jeremiah. Let's once again celebrate him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jeremiah. So we are going for the 15 minutes break. And then when we come, we are going to start with Salama Minani. Salama Minani. And after Salama, we will have Samuel Bibentio. Samuel Bibentio to be the next person. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rise up. And the 15 minutes start now. For our viewers online, we have a break of 15 minutes and then we come back. Please stay connected. Thank you so much. are back from the break, and we are going to have the next person presenting. Like we all know, it's Salama. And so, Salama, please come forward. Come forward. Come forward. The pointer is this side. All right. Salama, you have 7 minutes. The guidelines are still the same. And the time begins whenever you're ready.
Dear direct audience, dear online audience, I'm sending you my sincere greetings. I am here to share with you my personal transformation and to present my capstone project that is titled More Than a Lesson. It's all about the journey that changed me, that changed my life. It is presented by Salama Minani, and without losing time, I want to introduce myself. I'm a girl. I was born in Bukavu. I studied at Chirezi Girls School, and I finished in 2024. And after that, I had 1 year at mine, and after, I had the chance to join CLA DRC, where I found a lesson named Discipleship, and I want to tell you what I have gained through discipleship by explaining you who I was to who I am. The first point is from who I was. I had an uncertain identity. I was not sure about myself. I didn't really know who was I. I lacked direction. Yes, I had plans, but I didn't know. I didn't know how to arrive, how to achieve those plans. Then there is law of confidence. Before, I could not stand like that in front of people and to express myself. I was thinking that my idea are not important, but now I can do it. Undefined passions. Yes, I had interests, but I didn't know my passions. Who I am now. Now I have a clear identity. I know my values and I live according to my values. A purposeful direction. Now I have clear goals, and the first one is to finish my studies. Now I grow with my confidence and I trust myself. I can be able to express my ideas in front of people as I'm doing right now. And I have discovered my passions, and I'm really happy for that. Now I know that I'm passionate about understanding people and about style. This is my leader, my inspirational leader. She's called Naomi Nishimwe. She's a model, Rwandan model. She's the Miss Rwanda 2020, and she got Miss Rwanda. She got crowned as Miss Rwanda at 20 years old. I am 20 years old. And beyond the fact that she has been crowned as Miss Rwanda, she has dedicated her voice to promote mental well-being, self-worth, and empowerment of young people. And many people, like me, has been inspired by her. Now I want to speak about Naomi's life and the discipleship curriculum. We see that she has leadership. Naomi Nishimwe demonstrates leadership and intentional leadership by guiding others through her passion, her vision, and her example. Then there is kindness and humility. She knows how to manage with people. She has a kind heart and she's always ready to understand people. Then about her life mapping, she has written a book named titled More Than a Crown. And in that book, she's speaking about her life, just to empower other young people to be confident. Then there is mentorship and small group, and she's an advocate of mental health issues, and she she used to organize small groups so that she may advise people and she may help them through her vision. She may guide them and to listen to them. Apart from that, there is witness through her book More Than a Crown. She shares her personal story experience as a testimony to inspire, to heal, and encourage others. Then there is vision and purpose, and her vision is to heal others through her talent. What we have in common, as you know, I want to become a great psychologist, and I want to express myself through style. Then she loves people and she understands people as I do. I'm passionate about psychology like her, and I care deeply about understanding people. Identity and self-expression. I express myself through style. As you can see right now, I wear a suit, not for granted. I wear it because I'm responsible and I'm elegant. There is humility and growth. I value being open. I'm direct with people. I'm quick to correct, and I'm ready to receive corrections. There is kindness and compassion. We've as both choose kindness, and we treat others with respect and at the same level. In conclusion, this journey has shaped me through self-awareness, growth, and purpose. I live with hope, confidence, and a desire to impact others positively through what I have learned. And a quote coming from my inspirational leader is this: more than a crown, it is about purpose, impact, and becoming who you are meant to be. That is from Naomi Nishimwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is from the Queen of Style herself. Wow, what a beautiful presentation. We had 6 minutes and 54 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, after the presentation, let's get questions from the audience. We get questions from the audience. We do have 2 questions so far, 3 questions. Let's go with suggest, or let's go with Famba. Famba, light.
Yeah, suggest Famba, it's the same, do not worry. So thank you, Ms. Salama, for your presentation. It was really amazing. For my question is about like the values that you presented is like the value of the queen which impacted your life positively. So I would like to know, according to you, what are those values that you have and you believe in so that can impact others' life positively?
At first, I have love. I have my dignity, and I have the compassion for people. But above all, I know how to understand people. Yes.
All right. Let's get to the next question from Esther. Esther. Let's get the question from Esther.
Good morning, everyone. My question for Salama is, you said that you know how to understand people. We are 39 here. How many of us have you already understood and mastered? Thank you.
I have understood all of you. Why? Because I could not live with you without understanding who you are.
All right. Is there any question from the staff? Yes, we do have. We do have a question. We do have a question. Let me get a question from the principal himself. Let me get a question from the principal.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Salama. It was amazing. My question goes like this. Of course, the lady just presented comes from Rwanda. So what contribution has she done using her influence to bring about peace? You know, the Rwandan genocide caused a lot of harm than good to the people of Rwanda. So from her space as the Miss Rwanda 2020, what effort has she done to make sure that she helps people in the healing process? And also, as Salama, and that's your inspiration, what will you do in this competitive world that is male dominated to make sure that you shine? Thank you.
Beautiful two questions.
Thank you, Mr. Principal, for the question. And you asked how did she react in other case um, about the war that is happening between DRC and Rwanda. The fact that she wrote that book, she has written many things about peace, about influence, and when people are reading it, they are reading about the fact of being equal and the fact of understanding each other. And the second question is it's how, what do I plan according to this world, At first, as I want to do psychology, and psychology is a science that helps us to understand the behavior, the mental behavior of people around us. I think that at first, when you live with someone and you understand his behavior or her behavior, you will know more how to manage with them. And as we are Rwandese and Congolese, I think that by knowing who is a Rwandese, who is that Rwandese with whom I argue every day, it will help me to know how to live with him or her. Yes, that is.
All right, all right. We do have one last question from the CP. We do have one last question from the CP. One last question from the CP.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the presentation. And I was hearing you talk about the values. It's like the same with the person. Then I would like to know, did you get your values and purpose the time you read about her, or you had them before, since you were born or something?
So why did I choose this leader at first? It's because I find myself in her spirit. Everything that I plan to do, she's doing it right now. It's not that I found my values in her, but since before I had them, and it's what defined me since before. But now I want like to put it in clear words and to stand for them. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Salama. That was Salama. Thank you so much, the Queen of Style. And then we are going to invite the next person, Samuel. After Samuel, we will have, guess who is coming next? Guess who is coming next? After Samuel, we will have Nyene Zagabe Merveille coming on stage. And then after Merveille, we will have Sezonga Baraka Prince, the prince himself. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome. And your time starts now. We do have some technical problem. Just few seconds and we are good to go.
Change is a choice. Transfer process. The audience, the administration, the audience online, good day. My name is Bibenchos Ainda Samuel, and I come from a family of 9 children, and I'm the 5th one. I got my diploma the previous year from a public school, Mungano Institute, and here is my transformational journey at Cornerstone Leadership Academy. Here is my life before Cornerstone. So, before Cornerstone, my life was completely centered around one main things, only basketball. I was not doing anything than playing basketball. Day, even the night, I could even run from 4 up to 8, and I will spend all my day playing. Even the night again, I will run. Firstly, I was completely lost and disconnected. In this world, I did not know what was actually my place. I was just moving around, doing whatever I want to do, and those jobs, I knew some jobs of hands. I was doing them. They were keeping me busy from everything. This following step, I was unaware of the future. I was doing everything I was doing. I did not know that they will add to my future or they will complete something on my future, but I did them without taking care of what will happen after or what will happen after making that action. In short, basketball and chasing money was my hiding places. They kept me busy, but also kept me away from figuring out who I was meant to be and where my life was actually heading. I was just living, not existing. Here is how Cornerstone act for me. So, when I joined Cornerstone, first, through Disciple course, that course, it helps me a lot. Through it, I gain many things that I did not know that I can gain this. And through it, I developed things that I knew that I was doing this, but I didn't know that this, it can mean this in leadership way. First, It's helped me find my direction. Before Cornerstone, my future path wasn't entirely clear. This institution acts for me as a campus. It's helped me look forward, understand my strength, and clearly define the direction I want to take in life. I am living with a clear vision for now. Through discipleship, I've tried to put down what was really my vision and what I want to become in the future. It's helped me to unlock my hidden leadership before I had, so everyone have his potential and everyone make action before coming here. I was doing things that I did not know this is proactivity. I did not know this is integrity. But when I reach here, they surely let me know that what I was doing was this and what I was supposed to do was not this. And not about the community, because this is my first time I live in a community of different souls, and I was not really updates for living here. Really, it's my first time, and I had some experience from just 1 year. I get that to belong to a crowd, you must first belong to yourself. The community showed me the map, but the corner showed me my direction. This is the leader of my inspiration. His name is Barack Obama. Barack Obama was born in Honolulu, in Hawaii, in 1961. He worked as a community helper and a lawyer before entering in politics. In 2008, he became the 44th president of the United States, the first African American to hold the job of being a president. He served from 2009 to 2017. He was focused on healthcare, education, and the economic. Today, he writes only books, he gives speeches, and he inspires young leaders through his speeches. According to the discipleship curriculum, I found many things, but I summarized some 3 things here. And in short, I summarized them from my life and the life of Barack Obama. First is forgiveness and reconciliation. When Barack Obama was a president, he faced a challenge. There is a black police, a black professor who had a conflict with a white police. And then, to fix them together, he called them on the White House. They speak quietly without people knowing, and he reconciled them without taking a side. From my story, when my teammates argue, I do not take sides. I forgive the mistake and bring them together as a happy team. That is my act of forgiveness and reconciliation. Here is some habits of highly effective people. I take being proactive. Obama organized communities early. Even before getting the post of being a president, he organized communities early. And then I try to write books and apply to global study. And if you want the proof, you can just see me later. I have a book that I wrote. The following step is put first things first. Obama was focused on major national reform first, but I am focused on school projects and sports because I want to impact the world through the sports. And there is another one, is think first to understand, then to be understood. Barack Obama is the first listener. He used to listen to people before judging them. Lastly, I have chosen Barack Obama because he is a calm leader, a good listener, and a great speaker. He showed that with hard work and clear vision, a young leader can rise from a community level to change the world. You cannot stop from the place you are. You can go ahead through this quality here: hard work, vision. Here is the conclusion of my presentation. Before learning discipleship, I was a lone wolf. I have a lone wolf mindset. Lone wolf come from the nature. It's those wolves that they are living in the mountain. They do not choose to live with other animals. I was very disconnected, and I hide my lack of purpose behind the basketball obsession. After learning discipleship at TLA, everything changed. I found my true identity, unlocked my hidden leadership, and grew spiritually. Before coming here, me with the Bible were enemies. I couldn't even open a Bible. But for now, I open the Bible and read something. Now my mission is to make action with true leadership. Like Barack Obama, I will use self-discipline and out of out of the box thinking to be a living blueprint of change for my community. Lastly, this is something that's come in my mind. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the one. We are the one we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Thank you, merci, and asinge uko ukubukenge bwamwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Samuel's time. Thank you for the presentation. Barack Obama as an inspiration leader. And please, we do have a timer of 7 minutes. Once it rings, please go to the conclusion. Okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get questions for Samuel. We do have a question, two questions from the audience.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question.
My social life here at Cornerstone was only focused by myself. I was mostly focused on myself and focused to other later. But for now, I know how to focus on myself and focus on other by balancing.
All right. A question from the audience. We do have another question.
Thank you, Samuel, for the presentation. I would like to know what are the
Yes. I work with 3 values. First is honesty. Second is integrity. Third is loyalty. My principles are easy. I live and I exist when I see people exist. Those are my only principle.
You live, you exist when people live and exist.
Yeah.
That is too philosophical, right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, some of us who didn't do philosophy, we are being cooked in this room. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Samuel can translate for you later. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the time. That was Samuel. And then meanwhile, we are inviting the next person. Merveille, to come forward. Then we will have Prince. After Prince, we will have after Prince, we will have Kaindo Kasongo Muisa. After Prince, we will have Kaindo Kasongo Muisa. You have 7 minutes. Feel free to look at the screen there, the timer, and once Just in case it rings, go to the conclusion. Your 7 minutes start now.
Ladies and gentlemen who are here in the room and online, under your respective qualities and titles, good morning. I am here in front of you today to present a capstone about discipleship that I went through here at Cornerstone Leadership Academy. I am going to talk about my life before joining CLA and after going through discipleship curriculum. Then after, I will present you a man who is a leader and has inspired me too much. Let's move on. Someone can pass from there, please. It looks like he has a problem. Yes, please move. Yes, my name is Merve Zagab. I was born in South Kivu of TRC. I have an undergraduate in general mechanic in high school, and I am current student at Cornerstone Leadership Academy. I am here as a president of Debate and Public Speaking Club. I have a hobbies that I like so much physics. I like defending human rights, and I also enjoy traveling. This is my journey before joining CLA. First of all, I didn't know anything about vision. I didn't know how people could succeed through me. But I knew one thing: I wanted to become an engineer. I wanted to become a great engineer in mechanic, but I didn't know why. And I didn't know how I can be involved in others' success. Secondly, I had a passion, as I said, in defending human rights. I really didn't like, until now, I don't like when human rights is not respected in whatever, some small actions which are done in around us, but they're not respecting human rights, like professors beating violently students, like you close the way of others because just for your own problem, things like that. Then I didn't know how to act about it, but I knew that I don't like. Thirdly, I liked networking and interacting with people because I like learning from others. And also, I know that I can just be there for them. I can help, but I didn't know how to help them. But I really like to know people. I know the power of networking. Lastly, it's my character. I was a kind, dominant person. I really wanted to impose my will, my ideas, and just it was like that. I really wanted to impose. But however, I was helpful. I came kindly, even though I was dominating person. Let's move on. Now, when I joined this great family of friends, I had a new perspective of seeing the world. I have reformed my worldview. I went through discipleship curriculum and I learned a lot of things that I define in 3 points. There is first a change in my character There is a character development that I've improved in my character. There is a spiritual formation and leadership development. For character development, I learned first of all good manners. Yes. When I went in holidays for Christmas, my mom told me, you have good manners. The problem is I had them since before, but I started to practice them. And that's when I got here, not only through discipleship, but my journey here at Cornerstone. I learned compassion, kindness. I learned to act with some gestures of love and kindness in small, small things, but they mattered too much. I learned to protect everything around me. I felt responsible of not only things but people around me. Either success, their success or failures, I was involved in. That's what I felt. I also learned humility, which broke down my dominating person. I got a chance to know myself, to know who I am, where I'm going, and where I stand. And that's all of that made me to be excellent, to do everything the way I am supposed to do them, and in everything, in every areas of the life, physical, spiritual, mental, and social. Spiritual formation. I I was Christian since before. I even served God in my church. But here at CLA, I had another perspective of Jesus. I was focused on what Jesus was, but I learned to focus on the values of Jesus. And I learned to do everything that I do in those four areas that I said according to Jesus' values. And that helped me too much to be closer to God. Actually, it's what I'm trying to every day refer to Jesus' values because I've been learning Jesus' values. Secondly, it is servant leadership. I got to know that the best way of serving God is to serve the community. And that's what I am just learning. I am applying in everything. And I say everything, even eating, even walking, speaking, thinking, everything I learned to just relate to God. Thirdly is finding our common ground in Jesus Christ. Uh, the values go beyond everything. Let's move on, please. Yes. Yes, thank you. Our time is fast spent. I am going to talk about someone who has inspired me too much. He's called Frederick Douglass. He's a man who escaped slavery in Maryland in America, and he became a great public speaker and orator. He learned through people because slaves didn't have a right to learn. And I'm inspired too much because I have learned here at CLA, and now I have reaffirmed my vision to enhance innovation and infrastructure in people, but also to cultivate leadership mindset to today's youth. That's all about, it is a brief about what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you so much.
All right, that was Merveille's time. And ladies and gentlemen, your questions are most welcome. Questions are most welcome. We do have a question here. We do have a question from Thierry.
Yeah, thank you, madam, for the wonderful presentation. So my question, I would love to invite you to think in a very limited box. I would like to talk about servant leadership. You know, in the Bible, Genesis, servant has like it's so because when Noah
What does it mean to be a servant leader?
Thank you so much. This is the way I am going to answer your question for more understanding. This is the way I have reaffirmed my perspective of seeing the world. I learned responsibility, then carrying a common vision to influence others. So, servant leadership is serving others, being there for the service of others. How am I there for others? I do believe that what I've learned here and the way I will be making them in practice. I'm making them in practice because I have learned them. It is automatical. But the main point is by my authenticity to change someone's life, to advise someone mentally without speaking, even though I can speak after. I really think people are there, they can hope on me. I can be just meaningful for them through what I am. That is being a servant leader for me. Okay.
All right. We do have room for 2 questions. Yes.
Thank you, Merve, for your presentation. It was very nice. And I have a question. You said that your leader is Frederick Douglass. I think you learned very well his life. So I'd like to know you to give me one of those habits that Douglas has. You think he has in his life?
Thank you. As I said, Frederick Douglass was born a slave. And then when he got 20, he escaped slavery in Maryland and he went to North to live. He was not free because he was still a runaway, but there he could move, he could behave as a free man. Then what I liked from him is the fact that he was not supposed to learn because he was a slave, but he learned through everybody. He was giving bread to his friends so that his friends can teach him. And nothing could stop him from what he wanted to be and to know. And I like the fact that he has used his knowledge to save the community. He fed the right person that the community is waiting for. I mean, black people who were in slavery. And that's what has inspired me too much from him. I think I am the right person now because I got the chance to know. I know, and I'm going to use my awareness to just deliver others. That is the point.
It's time, and let's clap for Merve as she goes back. Now we are going to invite the next person to come. Prince, come on stage. Meanwhile, the next person is preparing herself. You can come on stage. You have 7 minutes, and your time. All right. Mercy will help us in screen sharing, and your time starts now.
What if someone's vision can change the way we look at the universe? But I knew that before making others change the way they look at it, I should first change the way I look at the universe. Dear colleagues, dear staff members, good morning. Here I am. My name is Senzoga Baraka Prince. I come from Ruchuru. I grew up in a small village called Rugari, and I evolved at Goma High School during the war of 2023 in 2022. That's where I came to study at Goma High School, and it's where I got my diploma. Here we look about me. May you please come back a bit? My name is Nzoga Baraka Prince, as I've said. I'm 20 years old, deeply passionate about technology, and I am always eager to develop my knowledge skills, especially in science, engineering, and computing. Here I am to present you the capstone of the discipleship, the journey I went through CLA. I'm going to speak about my life before discipleship that I've learned at CLA. Before discipleship, yes, I was an introverted person, and sometimes it was very hard to connect with people around me. My future was uncertain, and all my hope, was lost. But after joining CLA, I've got again like a fuel, because I thought like my dream does not matter, but CLA believed in me and empowered me, and therefore I understood that my vision, the way I have also to contribute in this world, I can also be useful to the society. And after CLA, yes, as I've said, I found a deeper purpose and direction in my life. Secondly, I developed a mindset of love, humility, forgiveness, and service. I learned that it's not all about me, but it's about serving others. I've become more disciplined in my personal growth and spiritual life. May you please move on the following slide? Yes. During my journey here at CLA, we have been taught that we have the potential, and then therefore we have to act as leaders. I found a great leader who is like my model, and that man is Elon Musk. As all of us, we know about this great and genius man, Elon Musk. Why did I choose Elon Musk as my model? As I said before, I'm passionate about innovation, science, computing. Therefore, Elon Musk really is my model. He's also passionate about technology. His love for engineering, software, and innovation inspires me. Secondly, there is a vision and personal inspiration. All of us, I think you know, not all of us, but his vision is very clear: to live the multiplanetary life. He's seeing what seems to be impossible, but for him, he knows that it is possible. Thirdly, there is perseverance and courage. He continues despite failures and criticisms. He has a lot of plans, even though he fails, but he does not give up. He continues to work until what he plans come true. There is curiosity and learning. He reads a lot of books than I do, than many people. He has a lot of money, but he continues to learn. He consistently expands his knowledge. And therefore, I am also committed to, as I said, to improve my skills daily. As a conclusion, through discipleship, I strengthened my faith in God and learned to trust God's plan instead of my own fears and limitations. Today, I strive to live with love, humility, and heart that serves others. I want really to serve the community and be useful to people around me. Now, I now walk forward with confidence, knowing that God is guiding every step of my life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Baraka Sezonga Prince, who is talking about the first trillionaire in US dollars. Gentlemen, thank you so much, Prince, for the presentation. And now we are going to get questions from the audience. Questions, 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 questions.
Thank you, Prince, for your presentation. It was amazing. I have just one question. You said that you are passionate about engineering, computing, and the science. What do you think you can bring and the people who did those things didn't bring in this universe?
Yes. So, your question is to know what I can bring that other people did not bring in the universe. Yeah. So I completely believe that we have different ways of looking at the universe or what we see. So, according to me, I always think there is a way we can make life easy. Like when I see someone is making a lot of effort to do something, I really feel shocked. I think there is always a way to make it simple and yeah, just enjoy life, because we think that the work, as it is written in the Bible, a man shall eat by sweat. But I always believe that we can. I always believe that there is a way we can just live a simple life to make our work simple. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, you're saying about making things easier. Don't you think that people have done it?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Yes, there are always ways to do, to change. Yes, people have tried, but I believe that I can also contribute, because there is no end, and everyone has the way they can contribute to it. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Prince Baraka Sensoga. Let's clap for him once again. And now we are going to welcome the next person. But please, we do have an online audience, so make sure that you remain in the frame of the camera so that you don't get out of the range of the camera that is capturing your image. And make sure you use your microphone very well so that the sound can come out clearly, and this will allow us and the people who are viewing us online to get the context, the message clearly. So we are going to invite on stage the next person, who is Kaindo Kasongo Muisa. After Muisa, we will be having we will be having we will be having we will be having Famba Kinungu Lumiere. After Famba, we will have Alame Mwibirita Martin. You have 7 minutes and your time start now.
Good morning, everyone. As I say, I am Kaindo Kasongo Moisa, and uh, I'm a young lady in DRC, and I'm so passionate about things of empowering and to give an example. So as you see here, they say that the first quote is dream big, stay focused. So, come on. So today I'm gonna go speak about firstly my life. Secondly, I'll speak about the life of my leader. And thirdly, I will speak about why I choose that leader. And thirdly, fourthly, it will be a conclusion. Let us look about, please, can you return back? Can you return back, please? Let us look about these quotes that is say, you cannot undo the move, but you can make the next step better. I think you understand. Come on. So let us look about my life. Before, during, and after discipleship. Before discipleship, I didn't know really my purpose. Like, I was living in a life that, so it was, I was confused about who I am, what I will pursue after high school, and how can I help others. Yes, I have that aim to help and to be a great leader one day, but without CLA, I could not assume it. I didn't know how to forgive. So for me, really about to forgive, it was so hard. And if I could forgive, so in that case, it could be like I break the relationship. The third one, I didn't know about how to make the relationship. It was so hard for me to make a relationship, and I was saying that I was careless about people. I can say that. So during discipleship, when it was during discipleship, I didn't know that I will pass through a such transformation. But let us see the thing that it came out. I begin to discover who I am, my purpose. I learned how to live in the community and to bear everyone. I learned how to bear everyone despite their difference and so on. Above all, I learned discipline and teamwork. I began to work in a teamwork because before I was working alone. I knew that, let me pursue only with money. I was hiding myself behind money, but while I was studying discipleship, I knew, I began to know about what is the importance of being surrounding with others. After discipleship, that is now, so I have a strong peace within me and with my surrounding, that is my colleagues, and they are the witness of that. I have a emotional intelligence that I have been taught by Brother Sages in discipleship, and it's passed through me really. I begin to make a friendship and to forgive willingly. Above all, I stand for the right and integrity. It is inside of me. Come on, brother. About my leader is Wangari Maathai. Why I choose her? Wangari Maathai is my leader because she proves that true leadership is about action
courage, and courage that is above everything, because you can't do nothing like every every fruit of virtue. You must walk with courage. And about saving others, she showed about empowering when she stood up and she made a tool for the older woman in her country and so on. She stood her ground despite facing violence and arrest. She didn't give up. She continued to fight for the right and for justice. She changed the world by connecting environment and protecting the human rights. She broke the barrier and creates a lasting gold legacy. She is the one. And here, if you are seeing very well, it is her with Barack Obama family. They are making a play a tree. Wangari Maathai was born on April 1st in 1940 in Nyeri, especially in Kenya. She achieved major and great things. She's the first lady and woman to get a PhD in East and Central Africa. And she founded a Grand Belt movement in 1975. And if you are seeing very well, there is a Nobel Prize, a Nobel Peace Prize that she got, and she's the first woman in Africa that she got that Nobel Prize. And how she passed away, it was in September, the month that I was born in that case. And it was in September 2025, 25 in 2011. Come on, brother. So, by concluding my presentation, I can say that ultimately, Wangari Maathai and her legacy service as a powerful testament, the power of grassroots and leadership and individual action. By empowering everyday community to protect their environments and stand up for their rights, she proved that systematic change begins from the ground up. Her life reminders that no effort is too small to spark a goal. Movement changing each of us to found our own. Let us sing. Come on. I'm so grateful for you for your listening, and it was Moisa Kasongo up on the stage. Thank you.
Okay, that was Muisa. Thank you so much. Talking about Maathai Wangari from Kenya, the first female Nobel Prize winner in Africa, and that's an environmentalist, and that's to just hear Kaindo talking about her, it just brings a lot of joy because they have a lot of things in common. Love for the environment. Thank you so much, Muisa. That was an amazing presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, time for questions. Let's take questions and then we can move on. Take questions. If there is no question, it's okay. We are going to move on. No question? All right. Thank you so much. Let's celebrate Muisa.
Thank you.
We are going to welcome the next person. We're going to welcome the next person. And is Famba Lumiere Light. You have 7 minutes. And your time start now.
So, hello everyone. I think you are doing well. So thank you for the floor. Here I am to present about my personal transformation journey. So I will not be more focused about what I've wrote because I believe that everyone will be able to read it. So first, I'm going to speak about the persons that I was before joining CLA and before knowing and meet the course of discipleship session. So you can put. So thank you. My discipleship about my journey transformation of covering of journey of the transformation. Next slide. Yeah, that is was the kind of the person that I was. Normally before I usually do two major things. I was focused in music and football, but it was much in music than football. I was not only the listener, but also I was writing and producing my own songs. I think one day some of you will listen to them. Apart from that, CLA helped me in many major things. The first one, it was to discover many things about my purpose. Before I could, I was a kind of person, yes, I could know many things, but to prioritizing things according to necessity, it was very hard for me. But Cornerstone and the discipleship session showed me how to prioritizing things in putting first thing first. That was really first thing that I learned. And after learning discipleship session, I've learned also how to increasing my humility, wisdom, and other values. And apart from that, I learned also about my wisdom, to grow up my wisdom. Before, it was really hard for me to really be kind with people, but I've learned it from here to this discipleship session. And apart from that, it helps also me to know how to help others who may have some issues, mental, or some problems in society, because it's my first time to live in the kind of society, but CLA showed me how to be more confident and how to live in society. So I will not be more focused about myself because I think some of you know me very well, but that is what I would like to share about to my personal transformation journey. Yes. So this is about my leader. I would like to talk about Mahatma Gandhi, who his true name is Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, born in 2nd October 1869 in Parhabar in India. So Gandhi have developed and practiced the concept which we call no violence. And apart from that, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was the founding father of the modern India, and he was a founding father of the modern India and the civil personal transformation of other people. And then what really inspired me about the man, Gandhi in 1915, he have transformed the independence struggle into a massive popular movement. Firstly, he started with something which we call economic boycott. Gandhi advised to everyone in India to not wear, even sell, any clothes coming from the British textile industries. Apart from that, once I was discovering about the story of the leader, I've learned that Gandhi went in South Africa, where he went there for work. And apart from that, he spent there 20 years. And in those 20 years, he was fighting also for the right of India, where he developed the first disobedience method. You can next the slide. Merci. The slide. This one is a conclusion and show why did I choose him as my leader. Firstly, he has many things really inspiring, such as love for God and others. For Gandhi is so good in all things being, like in everything which was surrounding him, he was seeing it like a way to join God or to serve God, especially through people, through many things. Apart from that, also humility. For Gandhi, he rejected every luxury and personal pride. He was a humble person. For him, he was putting first the Indian people first, before everything. For him, independence Indian was a really fight for him, was a priority for him. It's a reason that for him, he really fights for them and say that I cannot be pride, or I cannot put myself first before my people, if I can say that. And apart from that, he had also compassion. He felt the pain of the suffering masses deeply. He was also compassionate about others. He really cared about others. As I've said, he didn't only put himself before everything, but he was really compassionate about other people. So that was my presentation about my transformational journey in CLA, and after knowing the discipleship session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Famba's time. Exactly 5 minutes 31 seconds. That was beautiful, right? All right, we are going to get questions from the audience. He's talking about Mahatma Gandhi, the founder of the non-violent movement that has inspired a lot of revolutionists, and we believe it has had a great impact. We do have a lot of questions. We have a lot of questions, but we can only take up to 2. So let's go with people who haven't said a thing. And we are starting with Isaac.
Yes, thank you so much for the floor. Thank you, Famba, for the presentation. I have a question about the name of Mahatma Gandhi. I would like to know the meaning of the first name and the second one, and what makes him change the name.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Isaac. First, Mahatma Gandhi. First, Mahatma means grandfather. Gandhi, which means great soul. It means grandfather of great soul. So, common things or specific things which puts him to change the name, as we usually say that somehow in some cultures, name has impact on people. But he changed his name because he wanted to have a new personality through which he will help people, or he will help Indian to be setting free from the British colonization. Thank you.
Beautiful. Mahatma Gandhi. The other name is Karamchand. Beautiful. Let's get a question from Olivada, the king himself.
Thank you very much, Famba, for your presentation. I have a question. Can you relate his life with discipleship? And another question is, what is making you to sit there in front like that?
I can start first by the second question. First, we are bonding with those things, and it's really hot. Those things are other things, bro. It's just the hot. And apart from that, you ask a really wonderful question to relate his personal life to discipleship. As I've said in the presentation, he was humble. We have been taught about kindness and humility. He was humble, and through that one, I can say that it's relating him to a discipleship session.
All right, so it was Famba. It was Famba Light. It was Famba Light. That was his time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Famba as he takes back his space. And so we are going to invite the next person. We are going to invite the next person, who is Martin. And then after Martin, we will have after Martin, we will have Ngaboeka Kahuti Thierry. After Thierry, we will have next Amani Abamungu Evelyn. Ladies and gentlemen, Let's put our hands together and welcome. And welcome. And welcome. Amen. So you have 7 minutes. 7 minutes and your time start now.
They will tell you that it is very difficult, but don't take that like a boundary. Take that like an occasion to have a strength so that you may overcome that difficult maybe experience which they told you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Alame Mubirita Martin, and I'm honored to be here in front of you to share about my journey before and while being here at CLA Go. In my journey, I will share about you, as I've said, before joining CLA, my experience in CLA, and my life's impact, and I will end by the presentation of a leader who inspired me. First, before joining CLA, before joining this community, I was eager to learn but lacking of guidance, and living in loneliness. I could not value the work in the group. That is why living in the society for me it was very tough, and finding my place in the society. And I could not express my ideas, to translate my ideas in words for me it was very tough. But 17 years after, I found an opportunity to come here at CLA, and for me, living in this community helped me a lot, because first, I thought that I could not overcome, but once I started to live here, I saw that it was for me an occasion to know more about myself. And sure, I passed through many challenges, but instead of taking those challenges as difficulties for me, I took them as an occasion to learn more, and they strengthened me, because who I am now, it is a life testimony of what I was learning. But also, this community did more than teaching me skills. It transformed me, because I came here looking for skills, but now I have many friends, and I'm more confident than I was before. My life's impact, everything I was learning here, it was like they were planting a seed in me, and for now, I'm able to see flowers, hoping very soon to see fruits, and after, I will be able to plant other seeds so that we may see fruits in our communities. I've improved my communication, teamwork, and problem-solving skills. I've developed my leadership and the way to apply it with Jesus as a leader for me. And after studying discipleship and after knowing myself, I was inspired by this great leader, Paul Farmer. He was born in October 26th in 1959 in North Adams, in a poor family, very poor family. Before, he had a vision to become a doctor, but it was not so clear. And then he got an opportunity to travel to Haiti, and once arriving there, he found people dying, not because just they were sick, but because they were poor and they could not handle the amount to pay at the hospital so that they may be treated. And that fact motivated Paul Farmer to work hard so that he may help those people. And apart from being a doctor, he was also a writer. He wrote Pathologies of Power, Infections and Inequalities, Favors, Fence, and Diamonds. And these books, for him, he was not writing them as other writers. For him, he took this occasion so that he may speak, so that he may help those people who are suffering, not because they are sick, but because
they don't have someone to help them. And he saw in Haiti equalities because only rich people could be treated. And for him, he felt bad for that. That is why he was fighting for poor people and helping them to be treated. And come back, please. And he was died in February 21st, 2022, after saying, I wanted to understand not only diseases, but also how poverty, education, and living conditions affect people's health. Because for him, it was unjust to see how come a person can die not because the death exists, but because the person didn't get the opportunity to be treated. And I chose him because he put patients before his personal health. He lived among them and combined science with passion, because for many leaders it is very difficult to respect this one, living with people who you are leading, because for some leaders, they consider as if once you are living with those people, you will be confused with them. While once you are living with them, for you it will be very easy to understand their way of living. But also to combine compassion and science. For many people, it is very difficult, but for him, he did it. And as Thanksgiving, and it will be my conclusion, my life here at CLA has sharpened who I am today. And with the heart full of gratitude, I express my thanksgiving to all facilitators from who I have been received many knowledge, but also I thank CLA for the tap which they opened for me, where I was fetching every day, every moment knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was for Martin. Martin used exactly 6 minutes and 46 seconds. That was an amazing presentation, Martin. And for the people who are wondering who Martin is one of the people that have been at CLA and want to be a medical doctor. Am I right?
Yes, you are.
Yes. That's why she's inspired by someone who has been in the field before. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the questions. The questions. We do have a question here. We do have one question.
So thank you, Martin, for the wonderful presentation. So as I'm asking you my question, I take also this opportunity to say thank you to all of you, for I'm about to go. I have an emergency, so I've learned a lot today. So I'm going just to put my question. So, Martin, I'd like to know, as you want to become a great doctor, so in CLA, during your journey here, what have you achieved, which can be like aligned with the academic career you want to pursue? That is my question.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. For me here at CLA, so first of all, before coming here at CLA, I had a vision, and up to now I have it. But once arriving here, I've understood that my vision was very important for the society, not as normal, but especially for people who don't know how to speak by themselves. Once arriving here, I was elected as the health minister, and for me, it was an occasion to start practicing what I knew before and start learning what will push me to embrace my career of being a doctor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And at this point, we want to thank our online audience. We have over 200 people that are viewing us online right now. and that is an amazing job. Please, let's appreciate them on our way. And at the same occasion, we want to take the next and the last question for Martin.
Thank you, Martin, for the amazing presentation.
Thank you.
And Paul Farmer said, if access to health care is a human right, who is human enough to get that right? How do you understand that quote from him?
For him, it was like, you see, when someone is sick, you can't just go directly to be treated. You have first to give money. And in some countries, they have understood that the health care must be equal. But in some countries, first you have to show money, and then after they will treat you. And then for him, he saw that it was unjust, and he studied a lot for that and to fight for those people. And for him, as I've said, he chose to live with them, not just because he wanted to live with them for granted, but he wanted to live with them so that he may motivate them and to give them hope that even them, they are considered in the society. Because once arriving in Haiti, people were like underestimating themselves in front of rich people. They thought that they could not have values. But once him living with them, he showed them that even you can have values to be treated especially. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Martin. Thank you so much. That was amazing. We are going to invite the next person. Thierry, come forward. You have exactly 7 minutes. And your time start now.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, that's nice. Good afternoon, everyone in the room and to everyone online. I'm Ngabweka Kahuti Thierry. I'm proud of being part of the chosen generation, and I'm in front of you, everyone, in the sake of this Capstone presentation. And without delaying, let us dive into the content that I've gotten ready for this presentation. Let's go. The next slide. Yeah, on this slide, we can see the comparison of my life before I joined CLA and my time during CLA and what I wish it to be after me stepping out of this compound. So before I joined CLA, I had a problem. I was very septic. I have a problem with Jesus. It wasn't easy for me to accept him like a savior or someone from him I can learn. And in fact of that, I've declared myself as a poor spiritual. That's why I've said that I was a spiritual hollow man. But also I was living in a very sophisticated comfort zone. And during CLA, it wasn't painless for me to by new lifestyle of the academy, but also to integrate easily in my new family here at CLA. But I knew that it was for a purpose that God have chosen for me to be part of the chosen generation. That's why I got deeply initiated to prayer and to spiritual life, in addition to the golden values of the academy that I wish to implement after CLA. But also during my time at CLA, I had given the opportunity and to change my character. But also I have been making friendship. I carry in me big dream. And I really believe that without the help of people, it cannot be easy for me to achieve them. That's why I have thoughts of making friends wherever I go, especially in this academy where I even once the opportunity. And I have also been privileged to clarify my personal statements. As I have mentioned, I have great visions, and I really have to clarify the steps to undertake for me to finally reach the great step that I'd like to achieve in my life. And after CLA, I'm wishing to keep improving my personality, to implement the servant's leadership qualities, and to make an impact and influence the communities that I'm going to meet outside of here. Let's go, bro. My chosen leader is Ibrahim Traore. In sign of respect, I do this. In his life, he was born in 1988 in Kera. He pursued his primary education at Bondokoi Public Primary School, his secondary school at Lycée Mix Dakarville in Bobo Dialisu, and something which is very amazing, he studied sciences, and I'm going for the university, I'm going to study chemistry, and he studied chemistry, biology, and he got a master's degree in geology. In 2010, he joined the army, and his major achievements, they are sovereignty and geopolitics. So he has expelled the French troop on his homeland, and he has formed the Alliance des États du Sahel with Mali and Niger. Economic reforms, he has implanted in his country industries, the first golden refinery in his country. In the fiscal management, he has reduced all the salaries of the ministers and all the parliamentary by 30%, and he has increased the wage of civil servants to 50%. Agricultural modernization. First of all, his focus of politics is to erect a country which is independent on the food aspect, and that's why is rebelling the agricultural sector of his country. He has also brought industries in his country for creating jobs, and in name of that, he has brought the first processing tomatoes industries and the first, as I have mentioned, the golden refinery. At the cultural aspect, it has been often observed that in many and a lot of African countries, we have the aim of forgetting the values of our culture. We aim to forget who we are. But for him, in the justice aspect, he has banned the British style wigs and the British style guns by replacing them by a traditional Burkinabe style in their couch. So this quote says that the mark of a great leader is to take his society from where it is to where it has never been. Let's go to the next slide. Yes. What makes the correlation between him and me, and what what I would like to develop based on the discipleship curriculum? First of all, he did science and he went after for politics. So I'm aiming to do science at the university, and after I'm going to join politics. He's synergized. He knew that by himself he could this imperialist forces, so he created that alliance the Sahel because he knew that by himself he couldn't. And for my vision, I had to I'm making friends here. And humility, he thinks less of himself and he prioritizes others. By engaging, he has been astute by observing problems which was marring his country, and he has decided to engage himself. As for me, I have been observing the challenges in my country, and I have really decided to dive into politics to attempt a chance to serve this community and to improve lives. He has been supportive and positive in his career. He have also been courage. In what he believed, he is doing it with commitment, excellence, and courage. And that is similar to me because I do what I believe in with courage, excellence, and commitment. In conclusion, my journey at CLA has been a transformative one because I really believe that once I'm going to be out of this compound, I'm going to influence people because of my character, the character that I have gained. And this is an invitation for me to you all to know yourself, because CLA has helped me to know myself. And remember that once you do not know yourself, every wind which is coming in your life is going to take you everywhere. Thank you.
When you don't know where you're going, probably you've already reached where you're supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Thierry presenting about Ibrahim Traore. That was a very serious marathon. It was a serious marathon, and I don't want to waste a lot of time. Let's go to questions from the audience.
I think you are passionate about sciences and you are saying that you'll also join politics. Can you please relate that and what can be the positive impact of sciences in politics?
So that's a good question. So, you know, there is a truth that a lot of people have never been able to admit in their life. In all our lives, science is in our surrounding. And I think a good way to develop his country is to invest in sciences. And as I have to be a politician later, I think I have to focus on that area. Because if we have to develop the agricultural production, we need fertilizers. We need everything. In all our life, science is the basic.
Thank you.
Science being the basic. All right, there is a question from someone online and says, do you support that dictatorship is what African countries need in order to free themselves from neocolonialism? Why do you think that the way taken by Traore is better for you?
Yeah, thank you. That is very nice. First of all, in occasion of this question, I would like to mention that every African young man should feel like he's responsible of his country building, and he has to bring a stone for erecting his country. And if I'm to think if dictatorship is a better way to free Africa from neocolonialism, that is the question. I think dictatorship is not the good way. It's not the good way because in dictatorship, it comes like there is just one leader, an absolute leader, and he's going to impose himself. But on the other hand, I can support it in this context. You know, when you have a vision, you really need to fix it. And we can take a lot of examples. I really think that if our country is as it is now, it's because Lumumba did not have a lot of time to build his vision and to fix it in other people. But if you know that you are a leader and you have a vision to fix in your country, I really think that, and hence to fix a vision takes time. In that fact, I really think that you have to take time and after continue in a democratic way. I'm not meaning dictatorship at its sense.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Thierry. That was Thierry's time. That was Thierry's time. We have one more last question. Let's take the question, and then.
Thank you, brother, for your presentation. I have a question. Traore. We know what Ibrahim Traore did for his country, and what still doing for his country. And actually, the his continue leading. So I would like to have the difference between Traore, what he's doing, but also with Gandhi, because Gandhi also did a lot to give his country the independence, and after that he left the country to others to lead. So I would like to know what's the better difference from the leadership of Traore and Gandhi, and what is a moral lesson do you suggest us as leaders?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The difference between the leadership of Traore and the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi. First of all, we have to know that Traore is the president of transition. He's the president of transition, I repeat again. Meaning here, nearby in 2027, in their country, they are going to have election to elect a new president. But also the other difference between the leadership of Traore and the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi resides on the fact that Mahatma Gandhi was seeking for a way to free his country, but also Traore also is seeking for a way to free his country from the imperialist hands. And by that, Traore has been very direct in acting, but Mahatma Gandhi, he has been using no violence policies. But Traore, I think, at the stage that Africa is living now, I really vote for his ways of leading his country. And the more relation that I can give, that I got from his life, and that I can impart to everyone here, and to everyone young man in Africa and wherever in the world, is that the youth can. And if we have vision, the good time to implement them is during our youth time, because the youth time must be the time in which we have to give the maximum of our effort in improving and saving the life of others and our own lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Thierry's time. And this is CLA, Cornerstone Leadership Academy, where leadership meets great mind. We are going to take the next person. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Evelyn. You have 7 minutes, like always. And yeah, you can. You have 7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Discipleship, it is not thought, it is caught. Dear staff members, dear online audience, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Amani Habamungu Evelyn. I'm student at Cornerstone Leadership Academy, and I'm passionate by agriculture, caring about nature and biodiversity. I'm created in God's image, loved by Him and called by His purpose. And I have many values that I have, such as integrity, courage, humility, and courage. I would like to share with you about one journey, amazing journey in my life, and it's called discipleship journey. For me, was when I heard about discipleship, I thought that it's just about Bible studying, or people come here to share about one specific topic. But I realized that it's more than that. It's a process of following Jesus. It's a process that will allow Jesus to transform our life, and through it, I was transformed. And in my presentation, I'm going to share with you about that journey, how I was before and how I was transformed through that journey. Before studying discipleship, I had a very different personality, because I was very quiet. I was a person that was very introverted, and my relationship with God, yes, before I knew God, but through discipleship, I had another perspective of God. My dream and goals, I did not have a clear dream or a clear goal in my life, and I had many fears and struggle. I have a faith, but still I was fearing about many things, but all of those things, they stopped when I learned discipleship. Let us look at my life after discipleship. after discipleship, before I'd like to read in Romans chapter 12, verse 2 says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasant, and perfect will." Praise God. I can say that I really experiment that because I was transformed, and my transformation did not only concern about my physical or my personality. First, about my personality, through the 7 habits that I learned, I was transformed because my way to perceive things, it's no longer the same. About my relationship with God, through the well, through many topics that we learn, such as the well, the fellowship, the scripture, and prayer, and so on. My relationship with God grow, and I know more about Him. I have faith. I stop to struggle. I stop to have fears because I know that the Mighty One, He's with me. Even right now, He's beside me, even though I cannot see Him. About my dream and goal, now I have a clear purpose in my life. I know what I want. I know who I am. And I know who I am through one topic that we had, self-awareness. I come up to understand more what I am. And what I am is a children of God. About my fear and struggle, I don't longer fear. I don't have struggle because I know that the Mighty One is fighting for me. Praise God. My life in discipleship reflects a transformation for God in me. I know that I'm not perfect and I'm still learning, and I know that I have a lot to learn again through my faith. This journey has not ended. It's a long life commitment to become more like Jesus every day. Many people are wondering why I chose this lady, but there is one quote that said, "Behind every great man, there is a great woman that is breathing." I choose Michelle Obama because she did a lot. Michelle Obama, she's an American lawyer and a former First Lady of United States. She has studied at Harvard and she got her graduation. She was graduated in law. I learned many things through her life, such as there are many values such as humility and discipline, perseverance and compassion, servant leadership, and commitment to helping others. I have 3 values that really inspire me through Michelle Obama. The first one is resilience. She passed through many things, but she was resilient. She fell and she rose again. She practiced what is called bounce back. The second one is discipline. She had a lot to do. As I said, she was a first lady. It means that she had 2 tasks to play, not only as a woman, as a mother in the house, but also as a mother of the country. I learned also a courage. She had the courage. Imagine to be a woman of the president. It is not easy, but she handled it. And she has inspired millions through her advocacy for education, healthy living, and the empowering of young women. Her life reflects many values that are also emphasized in discipleship, such as integrity, resilience, respect for others, and so on. When I look back in my life, I realize that discipleship has transformed my life in this way that I've never imagined, because it has sharpened my character, strengthened my faith, and give me a clear purpose. As I'm concluding, I would like to let the audience with the quote of Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama once says, "Success is not about how much you make. It's about the difference that you make in people's life." Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Evelyn talking about Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama, who is the wife basically of Barack Obama. And I know you guys have been hearing a lot of Bible verses. Evelyn has been serving as the spiritual mother of CLA, and so she's too spiritual. And now she has just presented her capstone at Cornerstone, and we are going to take questions, and we are going to start with a question this side.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It was really appreciable. But I have a question from that beautiful quote we left us in wonders. As you say, success is not about how much money you make. It is about the difference you make in people's life. So I want to know, what is the difference you are making in people's life?
Thank you, Samuel, for the question. You are telling your question. You want to know what's the difference that I'm making in your life, people's life. I can say by myself, I cannot know what is the impact that I make in the life of people. But as I know myself through my value that I have, I know that I'm empowering many people, and I can give you one of my values that I have is my discipline. I'm disciplined, and I know that many people learn through me. Thank you.
That is an answer from a wise woman, the woman of God. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the last question from the principal.
Yes, thank you, Evelyn, for the amazing and beautiful presentation about Michelle Obama. We all know that she's the first ever Black American First Lady because the husband is the first American US president. And from the introduction, you said she did law. She's a lawyer, and through her profession, she has been able to help many people. So she's a lawyer, and then the direction of professionalism that you're taking is not in law, is in agriculture. So how do you merge law and agriculture? How do they work together, and how can that be a tool that you'll use to make impact in your generation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Principal, for your question. And yes, there is a way that I can mix law and agriculture, because for her, she did law so that she may help women, especially Black women, to raise their voice. But by my side, I choose agriculture because I'd like to be specify. I'd like to specify myself in food security. And in food security, when you are angry, you cannot speak. When you are angry, you cannot walk. And when you will have food, you will have voice, and you will speak for yourself, by instead to me to come to speak for yourself and to discover your rights. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Evelyn. That was Evelyn. Let's once more appreciate Evelyn as she goes back to her seat. So we are going to invite the next person, Loic. After Loic, we will have Asante Mboni Rachel, and then we will break off for how many minutes should we take for lunch? 30 minutes, right? Okay. After Rachel, we will take 30 minutes for lunch, and then we come back and we proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, Loic, you have 7 minutes and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are doing well. And this is my presentation of Capstone. We are going to look at these 4 points of my presentation about me, Bob Marley, why Bob Marley, and after that, the conclusion. About me, I am Kalonda Wilonja Loic. I am 20 years old. All of those things there, nicknames. You can call me Willow, Wilwi, Lolo, Lo, Kalonji, and so on. I'm first born in a family of 6 children and 2 parents. My father's name is Kamengel Wilonja Jean Paul, and my mother's name is Anyango Kisuba Esperance. Now they are separated. I am Congolese by citizenship, from Rega origins. I am actually living with my family, my mom and my siblings. I'm a scholar at CLA, DRC, an extension of CDA. I like reading books, newsletter, fellowshipping, networking, singing, joking with good people, of course, playing the instrument of music, and I like beans and rice. Maybe the CLA program was prepared only for me. And I'd love to live in a world where people experience the salvation through the Word of God, the Holy Bible. I would love to become a pastor and a great musician and composer of many songs, a good husband to a beautiful lady, and wonderfully made father of many children. About Bob Marley, who is my leader. So his true name, so it is not Smoke. Yeah, it is not. His true name is Robert Nesta Marley. He was born in February 6, 1945, I think just after the WW2, and he died on May 11, 1981, from a cancer of the skin. And the birthplace of this man is in Saint Anne Parish in Jamaica. His spouse is Rita Marley, who was born in 96, and she died in 1981 as her husband. So the man is full of children, and he gives them birth. So his astrological sign is Aquarius. Mine is I think it's Buffalo. This is his life. So he was a member of Wailing Whalers. It was a group of musicians, and after that, he formed another group that is Bob Marley with the Whalers. I remember I told somebody that I would love to become a whaler. Yeah. This man he sold more than 75 million records. In 1963, Marley and his friends formed the Wailing, as I just said. About his death, you all know about it. He died from a cancer of the skin. Let us move on. Why Bob Marley? Relating Bob Marley's life to the 7 habits of highly effective people, we got this. Be proactive as the first habit. Bob Marley used his music to promote peace, justice, and unity instead of remaining silent about social issues. Begin with the end in mind. He had a clear vision of inspiring people and creating a better, more united world. Putting first things first, he prioritized his value, beliefs, and purpose over personal worth or fame. The other habit is think win-win. His message encouraged cooperation, equality, and mutual respect among people. For instance, we can get the song of One Love. You can get the song of One Love that he popularized in the world. The other habit is seek first to understand and to be understood. His music reflected the struggles and hopes of ordinary people, showing empathy and understanding. The other habit is synergize. He brought together people from different cultures, races, and backgrounds through his music. And the last habit is sharpen the soul. He nurtured his spiritual, emotional, and creative life, helping him continue inspiring others. As you can see there, is singing a good picture. Yeah. My conclusion is about this. There are some quotes. He said, "Open your eyes, look within. Are you satisfied with the life you are living?" One good thing about music, what it hits you, you feel no pain. In this bright future, you can't forget your past. Herb is a unification of mankind. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing is gonna be all right. The truth is, everyone is going to hurt you. We just got to find the ones worth suffering for. I chose Bob Marley because he demonstrated that leadership comes from character, purpose, and a positive influence. His commitment to peace, unity, and justice continues to inspire people today. His life reminds us that true leaders create change by living their values and encouraging others to do the same. Thank you for hearing from me, and this is all about my presentation.
Thank you so much. That was Loic Wilonja. And now we are getting 2 questions maximum for Loic.
He's smiling to you.
Like this. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, I'd like to know the reason of the cancer of Bob Marley.
Yes. Can I first respond to that question? Yes. In Jamaica, there is a herb that is called cannabis. It's considered like a sacramental herb. They use it in meditation, and it is a holy herb for them. It means every time when they smoke it, it connects them to their God, who they call Jah in Jamaica. Thank you.
All right, Loic, we do have one last question online here, and says, I'm going to read how it starts, and then you can answer the question. The comment says, "This man, congratulations for aspiring to be a good husband to a beautiful lady. Mr. Loic, how do you hope to make the world a better place by being a good husband?"
So I'm just going to assume what I've said. I would wish to be a good husband to a beautiful lady, intelligent lady, because I would love to share what I've learned so far in my life. So at that time, I will share all of my knowledge with my children. So for sharing, you need people. And firstly, I would love to begin with my family that I will found. Yes, thank you.
Yes, by being a good husband, he will have definitely influence over his household. And so that means having influence over 2 or 3 people, or like he said, you want to have as many children as possible. If he's a good father to those children, he's a good husband to his wife, definitely the impact begins. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's appreciate Loic. That was Loic. Thank you so much. And we are going to have the next person. We are going to have the next person, Rachel. And after Rachel, let's have one last person, and then we go for lunch. We are going to have the next person will be Makulanga Vangu Isaac. You have 7 minutes and your time starts now.
Dear audience, dear physical audience and online audience, good afternoon. I'm here to present my Capstone project. And as an introduction, my name is Asante Mbonye Rachel. I'm a student at Cornerstone Leadership Academy, and I'm a Seventh-day Adventist from Goma. I studied at Lycée Noarit in commercial and management, and now I'm at Cornerstone Leadership Academy. Today, we are going to talk about first my journey before discipleship, during discipleship, and after discipleship. After that, we are going to talk about. I'm going to speak about my leader, the one who inspires me, and at the end, I will conclude. As every journey has a starting point, here is mine. First of all, I had a wrong understanding of the word leadership. I didn't know. For me, I knew that leadership is about titles, power, and positions. I had small knowledge about some topics of discipleship, and I didn't know how they affect someone's life. I had dreams, yes, but with little direction. Through discipleship, I started to discover who I am. I've learned that my identity is not defined by my background or my circumstances that I passed through, but it is defined by who God says I am. I grew in faith. I learned that leadership starts. First, I can't start to lead someone before leading myself. And I discovered that leadership, as before, I knew that leadership is about only power, titles, positions, but through discipleship, I knew that leadership is about influence and service. And after learning discipleship, I don't just have dreams, but I have a vision, a clear vision. And my vision is not only to build a successful career, but is to save others, to make positive changes in my community. As I thought about a leader I wanted to become, I found inspiration in someone whose vision is closer to mine. Is John Pombe Magufuli. He was born on 29th October 1959, and unfortunately he died in March 17, 2021. As there is a says, John Adams says once that if your actions inspire others to dream more, to learn more, or to do more and become more, you are a leader. I was inspired by John Pombe Magufuli, firstly because of his vision. He had a vision of creating a self-reliant Tanzania, a Tanzania that is industrialized, and a Tanzania that doesn't have corruption inside. It means a corruption-free Tanzania. Secondly, I was inspired because of his courage. He had courage in making difficult decisions that will help his country. He was also humble and service-oriented. He led by service. He didn't only look for his own interest, but he was looking for the interest and the good of all the country. He was disciplined. He had discipline and service. He was known for his discipline and sacrifice, because he was willing to sacrifice, if I can say, his life for the country, because he was willing even to reduce his own salary. And I can say also that another thing that I found in his life that inspired me, it was his integrity in fighting corruption. So, Magufuli once said that development is not brought by words, it is brought by actions. I hope that you understand. As I'm concluding, I can say that as I reflect on my journey, I can say that the transformation didn't happen around me, but it happened within me. My understanding of leadership has been completely reshaped. I no longer see leadership as a privilege reserved only for few people, for some people, but I see it as a responsibility to serve and to influence people. Thank you for your kind attention.
Great, great, great. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformation did not happen around me. It happened within me. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Rachel Asante, that we always call Rachel. And we have just listened to one of the greatest leaders Africa has ever had, John Pombe Magufuli. May his soul rest in peace. But he did not die, because we do have people that have carried out the vision that he had for Africa, for East Africa, Tanzania, and we hope to see the results of the continuation of the vision in the nearest future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take questions from the audience. Questions from the audience. We do have one question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. John Pombe Magufuli was one of the greatest leader, but Jeremy said, you can live even when you're dead. Did you say something like that? Yes. So I was in Tanzania, and it's being said that the moment John Pombe Magufuli died, most of the things he did, no one talks about them. Why do you think so? That's my question.
Can you repeat a bit, please?
John Paul Magufuli did great job in no, not South Sudan. It's South Sudan's independence today. That's why it's my mouth. He did great things in Tanzania, and after his death, it's spoken that many people rarely talk about the things he did. Why do you think? What do you think would be the reason? Thank you.
I think I can say that maybe the reason was many people didn't appreciate him, what he was doing. And I can add also that in everything we are doing, not everyone will like what we are doing. Only some people will buy into what we are doing.
All right, thank you so much, Rachel. We do have another question online here, and it reads as follows. I appreciate your presentation. You made it worth attending. You made it worth attending, although online. So the question is, what sets you different from other people aspiring to be? What makes you different from other people aspiring to become Magufuli-like? Aspiring to become like Magufuli. What makes you different from other people?
Thank you for the question. I can say that what makes me different first is that we don't have the same values first. And I can say that all of us, we can have the same vision, but the way to attain that, to fulfill that vision may be different. I can say that what makes me different is the way of being like him. So me, I'm not going to be like him, like to be a president, but my vision is to create a self-reliant Congo, an economic independent Congo, through enterprising. I can say that maybe for other people they are going to pass through engineering. I can say that is the difference.
Okay, we do have another question here. What is some of Magufuli's mistakes that should be avoided? And how can we duplicate his vision for Africa?
Thank you for the question. Some of the mistakes that he did, so I can say I'm not taking it like a mistake, but I can say like a weakness is the fact of, in the case of Corona, when he was saying that for him in his country, there will not be those measures they were taking for countries that have gotten the virus of Corona. I can say that his decision was he had faith first, but the decision that he took could lead to people to die. I can say that was his mistake. That is a weakness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was time for Rachel. Let's appreciate Rachel. Let's appreciate Rachel. Thank you so much, Rachel. We are going to have one last person, Isaac Vangu, before we break off for a break. You have 7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As it has been said, I'm Isaac Vangu. And today I'm very grateful for the fact that I've been chosen among a crowd of people. And to be among people who are going to participate to this capstone. We had a program called Discipleship, and through it, we learn a lot of things. And at the end of all, they ask us to present and to relate our life with the life of a leader, what was very difficult for me. However, I've decided to take someone we all know the person, and I've just decided to take a part of his life as an illustration of my journey here at CLA, as all of us are supposed to talk about our life before the discipleship, during the discipleship, and after the discipleship. But I would like you to remember something. They have told us that discipleship is not taught, but is called. So do not pay attention to the presentation. I'm going to talk about my transformation through vision and discipline. How vision, humility, and God's hands have transformed my life. Yes, my leader is someone very known. I didn't have the opportunity to meet him. However, if you have ever seen an iPad or an iPhone and then you have met his vision, it's called Stephen Jobs. Stephen Jobs was born in 1955 and from a very young family. They couldn't avoid having a child at this epoch because they were students at the university. So they decided to go and to let the child, who was Stephen Jobs, at a Northland. And after 5 months, he got a lawyer who decided to adopt him and give him the name of Steve Jobs. He went at high school and met someone who is going to become one of his best friends and is going to become the co-founder of his first company called Apple Company. Before 1985, Steve Jobs was someone with a vision, a purpose. However, he was facing a very big challenge, which was about character. With this problem of character, he couldn't sustain the vision for too long, and he ended up fired from his own company. Before he fell, or should I say before him being fired from his company, we will end up noticing that the issue was not his knowledge technically, but he was someone very brilliant. He was someone very focused on the result, and that was a bit disturbing his ability to collaborate with others. However, he ended up fired, as I have said, and that was the big opportunity that he has never had in his life, because the fact of him being fired from his company will become a classroom where he will learn how to become more different, how he will learn humility, patience, and how to value the team. I've decided to call the 18 years that he has passed out of his own company to call it a wilderness years, because over this moment he had the opportunity to create a company. And in 1997, when he get back in his own company, what was Apple, we end up realizing that he became more connected to the right people. He knew now how to valorize relationship and teamwork. After that, he became more connected to excellence, and his commitment makes him at the end of all the CEO of his own company. This story of Jobs is not only about being surrounded by everyone, but it's about being surrounded by the right people. Surround yourself with people who are sharing the commitment to excellence and who can contribute to your purpose. Every relationship has a price, and we should learn to recognize that any kind of relationship that we'll never have in our life is going to strengthen or to weaken our mission or purpose. If I have to relate the story to mine, if I have to relate the story of Steve Jobs to my journey here at Cornerstone, I will say that discipleship have taught me not that vision is not enough by itself, but first of all, we should have the character. Over one of the lessons, someone said talent can bring you at a high position, but only character can help you to maintain or to stay to that position. The reason why I will say that character is the first thing that every leader should learn to develop. The second one is a lesson that have been taught to us by Brother DMRC, is about mentorship. Mentorship is about someone who is able to challenge you, someone who is able to give you the opportunity to always challenge you so that you may overcome every kind of none. And lastly, it is about vision and discipline. That is the lesson that has been given to us by Brother Pitua. And it says discipline builds the character, humility, and wisdom that vision requires. Vision always requires a certain quality of character and discipline, what we should always look at. And as Steve Jobs, in one of his big Steve Jobs once said in his speech that to not be known by many, but be a leader who his life can reflect integrity, purpose, and faithful stewardship of the vision God has entrusted in you. My new perspective is that to lead with vision is about building intentional relationship and not taking everyone who is around you. Thank you so much. Your question are welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Vangu, Isaac, and they get the questions from the audience.
Thank you, Makulanga, for the really amazing presentation. So I have only one question to ask you. What was really the vision of Steve Jobs when he created the Apple? Because as you usually say that a leader, you have to think, to have the end in mind before starting anything. So what was the ambition of Steve Jobs once he created the Apple?
So while creating Apple, I can say that he didn't have any vision because he did it while he was lacking what we call character. But after the 18 years, as I said, after the years in the wilderness, he knew now that he was creating Apple only for one purpose: ameliorate the condition of life of people.
Good afternoon, Isaac.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to know your vision and how are you working on your vision?
Okay. If I have to talk about my vision in brief, the only thing that you are supposed to know for now about my vision is that I have a vision to build this country in ameliorating the quality of life of children of soldiers. Because I strongly believe that soldiers, once they are fighting for the right, once they are fighting to protect the nation, they are like a bit distracted about their children, about their families. And if someone can, in a certain way, be able to protect their families and to give them this assurance that they can go and fight because there is someone who's taking care of their family, they will be more focused. About the second question, what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to develop a character that is going to allow me to do exactly what I've said.
All right, so we do have another question this side from the principal.
Yeah, thank you, Isaac. I saw you spoke about relationships as being one of the important things. But my question is, how extreme can you be for the sake of a relationship? Or how far can you go for the sake of relationship?
Yes. I think it is about moving from relation-centered to purpose-centered. Because I cannot deny my purpose or vision for any relationship. So the limit will always be known about when it comes across the vision or the purpose.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Isaac Vangu. And we are going to go for lunch for now, for 30 minutes. And when we come back, we will start with Asifiwe Sandiki Mervedi. After Mervedi, we shall have Rumenyane Kafuli Olivier. Those are the two people we are going to start with when we come back. Ladies and gentlemen, we may stand up, and for the viewers online, we request you to be patient. We are going to have a 30-minute break. I know it has been a very long journey for you as well, but we are requesting for a 30-minute break, and then we come back in this room for the remaining part of the session. Thank you so much. And now we are going to invite the principal to pray for us as we go for the break.
Father, we thank you for this time that we have had to just sit here and listen and watch the wisdom of what you have impacted in our lives, that as we have this lunch, it is sanctified and blessed.
Amen. Amen. Enjoy your lunch, and we come back at exactly 5 minutes to 2. 5 minutes to 2. 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are back from the break that we just had, and without wasting time, we are going to listen to Mervedi. Mervedi, you have 7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mervedi Asifwe Sankindi. Here I am to present the Capstone defense that have been working through. And without further ado, we are going forward. Once I said it was nice to me to meet CLA. And I'm going to speak about, as I was before, during my chat at CLA, what I've learned, and now as I am. I am Asifwe Sankindi Mervedi, and before I was somebody who was knowing, I was knowing my identity, having objective but not clearly, having education but wasn't sufficient. I was believing that I was a leader according to my family's position, but through Cornerstone, I've learned a lot, and when I am repeating every time, not clearly, wasn't sufficient, I knew it when I was at Cornerstone. Because before I could know that maybe I'm on the highest place, but once at Cornerstone Leadership Academy, I knew that I need something to learn again. Once in my life, I've found a new place, not just where to live, but also where to learn. Every moment, and each morning, I learned that I have to learn from each other, my neighbors, my colleagues in our room, and every person here, even our teachers, I directly and indirectly, because when I can be seeing you, I am learning, even though you cannot know. And also when you are teaching the teacher, I can be learning also, because I've learned also through courses, because I've learned a lot about courses. We had many courses and I've learned a lot. We learned also leadership, know about my leadership position as a outreach minister, but leadership that I've learned here at CLA, it was about knowing my responsibilities and yes, to inspire others. And I was inspired by somebody called Eugene Scholler. He was born 20th March in 1881 and he died in 1957. He's the founder of the enterprise L'Oreal in France, and he's a pioneer of innovation in chemistry. My leader, Eugene Scholler, he's somebody who is problem solver. He had a problem solving mindset. Reason why I can say that I appreciate him, because in French, the country France, when you are growing, sometimes you can have some pimple, like button in your face. And as he was a pioneer of innovation in chemistry, he went in his lab of chemistry and he gathered things and he produced the first time the oil that was like a medicine for people who had those pimple. And he had proactivity. When he found the problem, he was not accusing his neighbors, but he took it like his responsibility. He is also he took also risk, because having yourself in one thing you are working through without knowing if it will be great things or if you will succeed to make a medicine about to heal people who has pimple on their faces. It was so hard for him and he took decision. At Cornerstone, I had values. The first one is proactivity, integrity, and joy. Proactivity, it's like my leader, as I said, Eugene Shaula. Actually, I am not the one like before to accuse others, but actually I take my responsibilities. Integrity, I remember in practical week, it was Emmanuel Baraka, Papa Uncle Emmanuel Baraka, the one who asked the first question, what is integrity? And the answer was doing great things even though people are not watching you. And before I was hearing the words integrity, but even to read them in Bible, but I didn't know the meaning. But in practical week I knew, and since practical week up to now, I am working to awake this spirit of integrity inside me. About joy, I learned it the last discipleship session. Joy and gratitude. Yes, it was my first time to know the difference between joyfulness and happiness. And happiness is about, you can pretend that you are happy but only outside, but inside you you are maybe broken. But joyfulness, it's all about, it begins inside you, and once inside you are joyfulness, is outside we may see this joy. Once I recognize them, those values, I'm so focused for what I am going to do to achieve my purpose. Before I was not really ready, but through Cornerstone, I believe that I'm ready to contribute to the development of Africa. As I conclude, in sum, passing through Cornerstone Leadership Academy has been my great achievement. It's not because I can, this sentence, I cannot say it just because to present it before people as everybody is saying here, but it's a voice inside me that is testifying. Thank you.
Is she crying? She's not, huh? All right, that was Mervedi. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Mervedi once more. Your questions are most welcome. Yes, we are going to take some questions.
Thank you, Sis Melody, for your very nice presentation. So I read about your leader. You say that he was able to take risk. So what is that kind of risk that you'll take after CLA so that you can impact the community?
Yes, being a leader is not easy. And as my leader, he was a problem solver. Once we see a problem, he was looking for the solution. And just to think about the look of solution is a spirit of taking risk, because find a solution is not simple. And there are many problems in DRC especially, and taking solution is a risk to take. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Is there any other question for me?
One last question.
Thank you for the presentation. I have one question. Is this: what do you think you know that will help you develop DRC?
The only thing that I know is about medicine field. Is our system about medical things is not on a higher place, and I am going to do medicine. Is a risk that I take, and I really believe that I will do my best to contribute.
We also have one online question. The question says, how does your country vision align with your leaders? How does the vision of your country align with the vision of your leader?
Yes, as I have said, Asian Shola, he saw a problem in his country. People had pimple like button in face. And as he was a chemist, he gathered things in his lab of chemistry, and he found a solution. And I had two grandmothers of mine, but unfortunately they are not again alive. The problem was they had problem of in French we say AVC, and this problem it's hurted me so much because I thought maybe if I could already finish my studies and working, maybe they could stay alive up to now. But the problem is I'm focused about medicine, and I really believe that I will contribute.
Oh, let's appreciate Mervedi. We are going to invite the next person. Olivier. After Olivier, we are going to invite Bahati Mulere Naomi. After Naomi, we will have Nyembo Mwanantinwa Cesar. Olivada, you have 7 minutes. And you have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes, and your time start now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to present my Capstone project title, My Leadership Journey through Robert William Dubois, presented by Rumenyane Kafuli Olivier. Before move forward, let me tell you about my early life. Yes, who was I? I was born in Italy, and I started in Italy. I was a charcoal maker. I was a president of choir, a children choir. I had a confusion of leadership. I didn't mean leadership, but also I had I experiences a hard jobs during my journey. And I didn't believe in myself. That was my life before joining CLA. Let me tell you about who I right now. Yes, now I'm living with a purpose, because before I didn't know. I was just living without any purpose, willing to make a positive impact in my community. I want to change my community, to work hard so that my community can have a better image. But also, after joining CLA, I found a new family and new friends to great confidence in myself with a clear understanding of leadership helped me to helped me how to love diversity. Before I was connecting only for my community, and I knew that my community is a better than others, but now I'm living with people or people from different backgrounds, and how to increase my relationship with God. I was just living without I didn't know how to fast, how to pray. I was just going in the church as others was going there. Understand my and in my life through discipleship, I learned that, and now I have a confidence. I know what is my task, what supposed to do as a man in my life. I learned how to balance, to be proactive, and to put first things first. I didn't know how to balance. I didn't know how to be proactive. I was reactive, as we know. Pygmies, they are so reactive. Let me tell you about my leader. My leader is William Edouard Dubois. He was born in Barrington, in Barrington on February 23rd, 1868. He was a good student. He was the first black person to receive a PhD in Harvard University. He was a teacher. He was a writer, a sociologist. He worked for equal rights. His leadership, he spoke against racism. He believed that education could change lives. His vision was equal rights for everyone, good education for everyone, justice and respect, unity among unity among people of Africa, but also to build a better future through education and leadership. Why was he a good leader? The guy the guy who inspired me so much, it's because of these things I'm going to speak about here. He was a good leader because he was authentic. He accepted who he was, but also he was proud for his identity. He stayed through for his values. He had a clear vision. He wants a equality. He worked for a better society. His discipleship, it is a center. What we have in common, he was proud for his identity. I also am proud to be a pygmy, and I see my identity as a strength. We also believe in, as he was believing that education, as he believed that to live peacefully with people from different tribes and community, but also he wanted to save and help communities. He wanted to inspire others and to be authentic leaders. His life relates to discipleship curriculum. He thought for win-win and synergy mindset between black and whites. A servant leader, he wants to serve and to work to save others people exemplification. His life was example to many. A vision. He had a clear vision, a courage for speaking for what was right. Thank you for kind attention.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was Kafuli Olivier. And here at CLA, we call him the king himself. So we are going to get questions from the audience, questions from the audience, questions from the audience.
Yes, thank you, Olivada, for the presentation. It was really amazing. I really like it, actually. So I have a question. I would like to know, according to what you have said, how can you combine your life and the life of your leader?
Relate my life. How can I compare to my life? Compare.
Combine, to put together.
My life for?
And the life of your leader.
Yes. My life with my leader. I'm so especially I want to serve my community as he was doing, but also he was authentic, and also I'm authentic. I accept who am I, and I'm so proud for it.
All right. Thank you so much, Olivada. Let's get one question that is online, and then we can move on to the next person. The question says, how will the Pygmies benefit from your vision and leadership in the near future? Olivada.
How Pygmies will
benefit from your vision and your leadership in the nearest future?
I thank you for the question. Yes, Pygmies will how was the question? Pygmies will receive.
How will they benefit from your leadership and vision?
Pygmies will benefit through my leadership because I want them to be considered and to give them the good right. Because once I will work hard, I will help my community to be considered for helping them for doing some activities which can help them.
All right, let's appreciate Olivada. Thank you so much, Olivier. Let's call on stage the next person. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Olivada once more as he goes back. The next person, Naomi. You have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that we are doing very well. Here in front of you is Bahati Mulere Naomi, and I'm going to present my capstone. My journey at TLA has been amazing, and I have learned a lot of things. And just to summarize it, I have titled it as, sorry. First, I want to speak about me. My name is Batimulere Naomi, and I am a Cornerstone student. I am from a big Christian family, and I am the second born of my family. I am passionate about cooking and baking, and very recently also about crocheting. I I have a diploma in general pedagogy, and I would like to become a great businesswoman. And I am the mother of Vita Nurture family, and I'm very proud of it. Why am I here? I'm here today to present to you and to share my 1 year experience here at TLA, but also to share with you my vision for the future through the leader who inspires me the most. So, that is how I named my journey here at TLA. It was a step out of my comfort zone. Before I stepped in the compound of CLA, I was a normal person with my own vision, my own dream. Yes, I had them, but they lack a clear vision, a clear purpose, and a clear foundation. But thanks God, the academy came to me and they came to transform my life. It was my first time to be out of my family for a long time, and it was not really easy. Sometimes I wanted to move away and to surrender everything, but that situation was exactly what I needed to step out of my comfort zone. At TLA, I didn't just learn subjects, but I learned how to live. Some shifts happened in my life. First of all, I knew that leadership was all about position and authority. But here at TLA, I have learned something great. Leadership is not about any of those. Leadership is about influence and service. I learned to lead by following Jesus Christ's example. I learned to take my responsibility, and I have received a lot of values. Now, I realize that my life is shaped by my choices, and even not choosing anything is also a choice. I have stopped blaming circumstances and started building resilience through Jesus Christ. Today, I can stand proud here in front of you and say that I'm no longer the same person who stepped in this compound a few months ago. I have been transformed. I no longer ask, what can I get from this world? Instead, I ask, how can I help people who are surrounding me? CLA had taught me that success, I cannot define my success with my worthiness, but my success is defined by how I'm lifting others up and how I'm creating positive effects in my community. What I can say now is I'm just grateful for Cornerstone Leadership Academy for taking me and for transforming me, because they have given to me an action plan, but the construction of my character still continuing every single day. I'm deeply grateful to I'm deeply grateful to Cornerstone for taking our students and molding a purposeful leader. Now I'm going to speak about the leader who inspires me the most. Is this lady, Olive Lembe Kabila. She was the former first lady. She was the first lady from 2006 to 2019. Olive Lembe Kabila used her platform to act as a humanitarian face of her husband's presidency. While Kabila Kabange was leading the country, she was getting relation with those people who were not really known by politics and everything. And she was mostly closer to those people who are not very good economically, those vulnerables. And her action today is through economic and agriculture, is also in politics. She's influencing a lot when it is about her husband, when people they are criticizing her husband, she always stands and to defend her husband. She empowers women through education as well. For me, she's a great example of servant leader, but also she's a great example for me of a virtuous woman. That's all for me. Thank you for your kind attention.
All right. Thank you so much. That was Naomi talking about Madame Olive Lembe, the ex First Lady of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the questions from the audience. Yes, questions from the audience.
Thank you, Naomi, for your presentation. As you took Olive Lembe as a first lady, as your example of your leader, and then I would like to know, what is your plan about Congo? Because you are not the first lady. So, as a Cornerstonian, what is your plan about Congo after CLA?
Thank you for the question. Before talking about Congo, I think we should start by talking about our town. And first, my plan starts by my town. Then I hope that it will impact the entire Congo. From my town, I would like to create stability, economic stability, by creating jobs for women principally. And also, I would like to be someone reliable when to be about virtues. Yeah.
All right. Is there any other question? Okay, let's take this last question.
Good afternoon, Naomi.
Good afternoon.
My question is, if your plan about your town doesn't extend in entire Congo, will you change it?
I will not change it because here at TLA we have been taught about resilience. I will be resilient and I trust in resilience. Resilience always pay and I think I will get results from my resilience.
Okay, that was Naomi. Let's once again celebrate Naomi. Thank you so much, Naomi. We are going to move on to the next person, Caesar. And after Caesar, we will have Batundi Zamiri Pascaline. After Caesar, we will have Batundi Zamiri Pascaline. And after Pascaline, we will have Mugisho Nyamogali Adrien. Caesar, you have 7 minutes and your time starts now.
Yes. I knew anything, but I was CLA. I met CLA. Now it's putting me that idea of fighting for my understanding, fighting for my knowledge, fighting for my awareness. And now, as I was climbing on the mountains, now being on the top, I'm proud to call me a leader. And I know that if there is a leader the world is looking for to change it, I don't doubt say that I am it. Good morning, everybody. I am Cesar Monatino. I am passionate about public speaking, writing, and I am looking forward to being somebody who is gonna change something in the world, as somebody I will present to you has done. Now, before I was somebody, not a thief, not a killer, not anybody that is weird. I was a young man, and I was struggling to do something amazing. I was in a spiritual world. I had a stagnant personality. For everything that I was praying for, it was for myself. That the spiritual state I was in. Behavioral, I had selfish ambitions. Everything that I was doing was not according to people that I have around me. It was for my personal growth only. Nothing more, nothing less. The following, for the social, I was believing in myself. Myself. Today, according to what I've learned, I believe in togetherness. For I know that there is other thing that you will never accomplish alone, but together. I had dreams, and my dreams were of short term. And today, according to what I've learned from CLA, I believe that to develop the country, I don't need to stick on things that are of short term. I believe in the long term vision. After that, there is one person who inspired me a lot from the past, from Rome. His name is Julius Caesar. I think that everybody knows about him. And he was a politician, a military leader, and a lawyer. I know him for 4 reasons. First, his celerity. He was speed and decisive in everything that he was doing. Second, he led from the trench. It means when it was coming to fight, he was on the first line. He was the one fighting. That's why all things that he made, he conquered goal. Why did he do that? Because even though he was planning to go in the hell to fight with Satan, his soldiers were ready to follow him. Why? Because he was on the first line. Best leadership. The following, he was a masterful and direct communication. What I'm actually doing, public speaking. The following time is calculated politics. He was putting the end user first. To mean that in everything that he was doing, he was putting the need of the population first. No his, but his population. The following point, he did 3 things that I take as great. The first, he reformed the calendar into the 365. It means the calendar we are using today was not made by God. It was made by Julius Caesar, the person with whom I have the same name. The following thing he did, he provided land and debt relief for the poor and the veteran. All thing he was doing was for the better of his population. And the following things, he trained the next generation for Roman leadership. What did he do? He just didn't want to develop himself. He was trying to empower other people. And why did I choose him? I chose him because he didn't adapt to the world, but the world adapted to him. The following point. This mistake that Caesar did in the past, but I am to correct, as I'm planning to be like him in some days here. Julius Caesar declared himself as a dictator for life. For me, I'm thinking win-win, and I believe in the power of diversity. I'm not gonna say that I'm a dictator in future days. I'm gonna say that I believe in the power of everybody. That if I've done something, other people can also correct and do something more than what I did. Julius Caesar underestimated the Senate's pride. He was arrogant. For me, with the virtue of heart that I've learned, I'm gonna be humble and kind. What he did, he misplaced his trust. He trusted in his enemies. For me, I'm gonna trust brain box leaders and surround me with people whom I trust. But the following thing, what did he do? He dismantled the personal bodyguard. He had people who were protecting him. But the moment he said, I don't want again to be surrounded by people who are going to protect me. I want to be alone. He trusted in all the things. But for me, I'm going to be proactive. I'm going to have the end in mind, everything that I'm doing. It's not because I believe in the world that I didn't go like anyhow. Be proactive. Have the end in mind. The following thing he did, he failed to have somebody who could come directly after him. True, he was empowering people, but he didn't prepare somebody who could come after him. But for me, I gotta stick on empowerment and mentorship. Now, today, as I'm standing in front of you, having been transformed by everything that I was telling you, I am grateful for CLA for having my back. And today, the best way I trust to give back to the community is to change the world, as Caesar did. He didn't adapt to the world, but the world adapted to him. I am looking forward to giving back to the community by transforming the world. Now, everybody, dear audience, I'm all set to changing the world, and I hope that you're gonna be together one day, top of the mountain. We're gonna say, "At last, you have made it." Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Caesar, the CP himself, the chairperson, student council of the generation at Cornerstone Leadership Academy. We are grateful for the sharing. We've learned a lot, and now we are moving to the questions and the questions. Yes, we do have a lot of hands that have been raised. So we are going to start with Vanessa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Caesar, for the presentation. It was really wonderful. So I have one might come with some sub-question. So the first question, what inspired you to choose Caesar as your leader? And according to your presentation, most of the things that you have been telling us about Caesar are opposite of what you would like to become. How can you choose a leader who is not teaching you, where you're not adopting any of his positive actions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I chose Julius Caesar first because of the words that he said, that to conquer goal, we just don't need to stick on our mindset, but to our strategy as well. That was the idea that when I saw it, I said, wow, this is a good man. But the real reason that pushed me to take him, because he didn't adapt to the world. He said the world is full of corruption, the world is full of violence. But for me, I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna make sure that the world adapts to me instead of me adapting to him. He was doing weird things. That's when I take it. But I think that there is a way to correct the past. If somebody did wrong in the past, somebody can come today to correct what was done in the past and to develop other generations. Right.
Right. Let's get another question from this side.
Thank you, Caesar, for your presentation. I would like to know, tell me more about the challenge that you faced when you came at TLA.
Yes, thank you for the question. I actually had a lot of challenges. The first was to sleep without people in the room. For me, I'm thoroughly bizarre sometimes. It's mine. I used to sleep sometimes. I spend all my night, I'm sleeping down. When you sleep, when you're in the same room, you don't sometimes put clothes. You're just there, relaxing. But when I was in the same room, I was saying, this time I'm not in freedom. Now that was the first challenge to succeed to live with other friends in the room. But the following thing was to connect with the people. I said previously that it was hard for me to believe in other people. I was believing in oneness in myself. But through CLA, after some days, some months that I was here, I couldn't be able to believe in myself once more. For everything that I was doing, it was like I'm doing for other people. Now I found myself believing in others, something that came naturally, and I hope that it's not again a challenge for me, just an accomplishment, an achievement. Sure.
All right, let's appreciate Caesar. Thank you so much, Caesar. That was Caesar's time, and now we are inviting the next person to present their work. You have 7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Batoun Dizamiri Pascaline, and I'm very glad to be in front of you this afternoon to share with you about my transformational journey. I call this the discipleship journey. Without wasting time, let us move on. I'm going to speak about my disciple journey before, during, and after. Before discipleship, I live without knowing the true meaning of leadership, of how to think about others, but also about discipline. For me, leadership was about titles, position, and pride. To think about others, I knew that it is just to think about them when they are passing through tough situations. And about discipline, to organize my time was a big challenge I had because I did not know what is important for me, urgent, until I got a big opportunity at CLA. My journey at the academy completely changed my perspectives. I remember one day on 10th February 2026, the facilitator spoke about leadership perspective and theories. That specific lesson pulled me out of my comfort zone about my mindset concerning to leadership. Because I got also the chance to learn about 7 habits of high effective people, where I knew the true meaning of thinking about others is to think win-win and to work with synergy, because life is not about competition. Like when you are living together, you must think for solution where everyone wins. And in the same topic, 7 habits of effective people, I learned also how to organize my time by putting first thing first, by knowing what is important for me, urgent, and what is important but not urgent, and what is important and urgent. After discipleship, the lesson did not stop there. The training forced me to go out my comfort zone and to face challenges I've struggled with for many years. Now, I set new values to be a servant leader, to first understand and then to be understood, and to think win-win. Because for me, I was thinking about me. If I win and another one lose, it is not my problem. But now, I knew that a success of one person is not a success, it is a failure. Somalia in 1947. Her mother died when she was very young, and as the elder sister, she was forced to raise her 4 sisters in condition of poverty, but she has never lost hope and sight to her dream. She got a scholarship in Kiev where she had a degree in diploma, and she is a founder of a Dr. Awa Abdi organization, a no-profit one. Dr. Awa Abdi represents the ultimate resilience and courage in face of gender oppression and extreme hardship, proving that hope can survive even in darkest times. She has inspired me in many ways, but I took 3 ways in which I can relate with her. Now I'm proud of me because CLA made me a great person. Now I can start to relate my life with greater leaders in the world. She practiced seek first to understand, then to be understood. Dr. Awa could not take a decision without looking for outcome and without asking ideas and opinion from her people she was leading. She thought win-win, knowing that when we leave people, everyone wins. And she knew that a success of one person is not a success. And above all, she was a servant leader. She was putting the needs of her people first. And then after that, she was caring about her people. And she's known as Mother Teresa of Somalia because she took care of 10,000 people during a civil war in Somalia. As I'm concluding, I thank CLA for the person I am now. I am not the same person because for me to speak in front of people like that was very difficult. I was living in my comfort zone. I was careless. I did not care about others. I had my vision, but they were not very clear until I came at CLA. Dr. Awa Abdi showed us that a true leader must change Kao into a community, because she did not run away from the war, but she took care with her people, knowing that all of them, they are human beings. If she leaves them and she could serve them, it could not be very good. And as she was a leader, it could not be a good threat for a leader. By opening her farm 2000, she taught empathy, bringing divided people together, proving that when we lift others, everyone to win. And Cornerstone has given me a mission. While I'm returning back home, I'll set out as a servant leader, listening first, practicing patience, and think for win-win solutions. I will not be the same person where if I win, I don't care about others. And I will listen first, because in the community, if you don't listen, you may judge badly another person without knowing the true version of the person. Dr. Hawa showed me her legacy drives my own commitment to lead with kindness and build space where everyone can succeed. Thank you for being part of my journey, Pascal.
Thank you so much, Pascaline. Thank you so much. Let's get questions for Pascaline. Let's get questions for Pascaline. Okay, we have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. The question is the following. You've presented the leader, Dr. Hauer. She's not perfect. So what is her mistake that she made, and you wish, and you've learned from it, and you think it will help you in your vision?
The mistake Dr. Howard did is to force her doctor to become doctors like her. She did not let her doctor to have a choice, because she has that thought of think first to understand, but from her doctor, she forced them to be doctors so that they may help her community. She thought that if she inspires her doctor also will continue like she did.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate Pascaline. That was Pascaline's time. Thank you so much, Pascaline. That was an amazing presentation. The next person is Adrien. And then after Adrien, we are going to get, after Adrien, we are going to get after Adrien, we are going to get Usanase Itimana Keren. After Keren, we are going to get Daniel Mayongera Shadrach. You have 7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present my capstone project, and it's titled How CLA Shaped My Character, Leadership, and Vision. Who am I? My name is Mugisha Nyamugali Adrien. I come from Bukavu. I was born in Bukavu on 13th November 2007. I studied electronics at high school, and I am an aspiring mechatronics engineer. I am passionate about technology, leadership, and serving others. beyond my academic interest, I enjoy singing, cooking, watching movies, reading, and networking with people because these activities help me to grow, to learn, and to build meaningful relationships. 1 year ago, I have been admitted in a prestigious program at Cornerstone Leadership Academy, where my life has been changed, especially by discipleship curriculum. Before having being taught discipleship, I wasn't able to forgive. And at some point, you are not able to move forward if you are not able to forgive. I was angry against everyone. I was angry with people, with life, and even with myself. Uh, I I was considering tough moments as an enemy because I lack peace, and when I'm facing challenges that make me to lose my peace, I automatically consider those challenges like enemy. Before, I didn't know what it meant to be a Christian. I was a Christian simply because I was born into a family of Christians. I could go at church because people were going at church without knowing what I was going to do at church. And above all, I did not have any plan for the future. I was just living as a young man blindly. After being taught discipleship, I have been able to forgive. Now I am as released. I'm released from that prison of anger, and now I feel like I'm now able to move forward. Uh, Today, I'm now seeing tough situations. It's as an opportunity to learn and to move forward, to become a better person. And today, I know what it means to be a Christian. I'm not a Christian because I was born into a family of Christians, but I am a Christian because I recognize Jesus as my Savior. Now I know that I have an almighty living God who is ready to support me in everything that I'll be doing. And in this moment, when I face tough challenges, I just call out to God because it is requested in Philippians chapter 4, verse 6 and 7 that don't be anxious about anything, but with prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, submit your request unto God. And the peace of God that transcends all understanding will guard your heart and your mind in Jesus' name. Now I have a clear vision, and to implement my vision, I have to study mechatronics so that I will be able, when I'll come back, industry will start happening in this country from everywhere. But there is a leader behind that ambition. And the leader behind my ambition is named Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew was born in a middle-class family in Singapore and received a strong education, later studying law at Cambridge University. He became Singapore's founding prime minister and led the country to independence. Through his vision and leadership, he transformed Singapore from a small country, from one of the most prosperous and developed country in the world. Why did I choose him? I chose him because his vision, leadership, and ambitions closely align with mine. His vision for national development. We both believe that our countries can become stronger through education, technology, and industrial growth. Passion for engineering and technology. I want to study mechatronics and to use technology as a way to solve issues in my country and to support industrial growth. The desire to build local industries. As Lee Kuan Yew has transformed Singapore into an industrial nation, I want to help DRC to manufacture more of its own product so that it may not be relying heavily on import. We both believe in leadership through service. We see leadership as a way to improve people's life and to create opportunities for future generation. In conclusion, I am really grateful for this journey. It has been one of the big choices that I have done in my life, and I'm really grateful. I have moved from fear to courage, from hatred to love, from loneliness to solidarity. I'm now sure that in the future, I will be someone who will make greater impact, and I'm really committed to change my country. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Adrien. Adrien, that's an amazing story. When you look at Singapore, Singapore is one of the countries that's got independence just of recent. But when you look at the impact the leaders have done, it is just amazing. Singapore, there are some African countries that were better than Singapore before, but today Singapore is one of the most developed countries in the world. And that's because it has someone very, very thoughtful, a great leader that has been working for the interests of the country. That's an amazing presentation. Thank you so much.
Welcome, sir.
And now we are going to listen to questions from the audience. Questions from the audience for Adrien before we move forward. Let's get this question.
Thank you, Adrien, for your presentation. Thank you. I am having one question for you. I would like to know, what is that thing that you have so far achieved, and when you look at it, you are proud of it?
I'm not going to look so far. When I came here, I have been given a chance by my family to quit this program. And the choice I have made to stay in this program makes me proud of myself. Because if I couldn't stay here, I feel like now I could be, I don't know. But I couldn't be the person I am now. I couldn't have that relationship with amazing people. I couldn't meet you. I couldn't have that relationship that I have with God now. I think my choice that I've made to stay here is my great achievement.
All right. We do have another question here.
Well done, Adrian, for a wonderful presentation. I have a question. So a year before now, you saw yourself somewhere, right? And after the transformation, I'd like to know, in 5 years to come, where do you see yourself?
Great question.
In 5 years to come, very nice question. I believe that in 5 years to come, normally, I am a lifelong learner. I'll still be studying at that time. But what is true is that I'll be somewhere where I'll be able to get a quality education. I don't know whether it will be in Canada, in USA, but I believe that everything works for the good of those who love God.
All right, let's appreciate Adrian. That was amazing. Meanwhile, we are inviting the next person. We are inviting the next person to come forward. We have Karen to come forward, And then the next will be Daniel. Karen, you have 7 minutes like others, and your time start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are doing well. My name is Usanase Itimana Keren, and it's a pleasure for me to stand before you this afternoon. Without wasting time, I'm going to speak about my journey being here at TLA, especially learning discipleship. The ancient me, or the old version of myself. Before getting knowledge about discipleship, I didn't really know the importance of the character. I didn't know if being a person who has character could import in my life. Through that, I mean having people with whom you are sharing the same perspective, or having something that you are fighting for in the life could import, or maybe being a person who is organized could be important for me. But also, I remember when I came here for the interview, one person asked me what is leadership. At that time, I didn't know really what was leadership. It was an unclear and unstable concept for me. For me, being a leader was about leading people to commend them, only giving order. Let us move on about the new version of myself. Being here at TLA, I learned discipleship, and during those sessions, I've observed a change inside me. During the lessons of discipleship, my journey with the discipleship program was really amazing, because for me, each session of discipleship was an occasion of making balance between spiritual leadership skills and character. And among all those things that they have taught us, the most key point that I really like was about self-awareness. Before, I didn't know that to know myself first could be very crucial for me. But also, I've learned how to be tolerant with people here. It was not easy to live with many people in the community, because it was my first time to live mine. After that, I learned how to practice self-control also, and being organized, which is among the 7 habits of a high effective people. I mean, put first, think first. After getting knowledge about the discipleship, I've realized that it's among the best experiences that I get or I live here at TLA. Through that program, I've made out how to build my character first. I mean, I've learned how to practice the integrity, how to be resourcefulness, and others points. But also, I've learned the importance of leadership skills and how to develop them for being a person who has a direction and purpose in life. Moreover, through discipleship, I've understood that life is all about letting God being in control of everything about myself. Let us talk about my leader, my model. This amazing girl's name, Kim Vita, known as Donna Beatrice. She was born in 1684 and she died in 1704. She was a revolutionary Congolese and prophet, but also she was a political leader in her kingdom. I took her as a model because she was fighting for the restoration of her kingdom, but also she was fighting for the unity in Africa, especially in her kingdom. She wanted Congolese to be united between them. But also I've chosen her because she's the illustration of the impact that women can bring in the society while they are determined and that they are engaged for a purpose. Let us speak about the connection with the discipleship program. After many research about her life, I found some connection with the discipleship, especially prayer. She was a prayerful woman, but also she had faith and courage. She was very faithfulness and courageous about the fact that inside herself, she knew that one day her kingdom could get that freedom from those people from those foreign people. And she was fighting for that with all her courage. She had a vision and purpose which was emphasized about the authenticity of Congolese. She was calling Congolese to stay authentic about their culture, but also she was fighting, as I said, for the freedom of the Kingdom of Congo. She had a vision. She was not fighting herself for that vision. She was fighting with many people. But also she had engaged. She was engaged in her community and she wanted